Good morning. I just got up a few minutes ago and immediately saw that price here was approaching the extremes on my VWAP setup here. So I entered a short order about in the middle, and at the moment we're in profit. So I've got the stop set down by VWAP. We're just waiting for price to get down there. So I turned on the recorder just to start documenting this to make sure that I'm on the right track here. We'll see. So sit back and watch. Probably like watching paint dry.
You're looking at my trading account right now. You can see I'm up $84,500 on the year, and the current account value
here. And then I decided, nah, let's move it down. And we'll see, because I think that's more likely that we'll at least get the VWAP. We'll sit and watch. When this trade's over, then I'm going to switch to Tradeovate. I'm going to go to the paper account, and I'm going to set up a multiple target pre-plan in there. Start practicing with that today. Or I could be wrong and it'll reverse and head back up and hit my stop. That would be that. Actually, I don't mean the stop to be this wide. We can move this down. Made it down to about a tick away from target one. Before it was gray. Coming down. What do you call it for record keeping? When you're right, but you're wrong. Definitely right on the direction, the timing. But I made a dumb move by moving that stop. Good thing it's play money. If it was real money, I'd be mad at myself. So it looks like we're gonna head up from here.
Hello, Discover Card here to explain our cashback match. We match all of the cashback you earn at the end of your first year, automatically. It's that simple. Discover. Exceptionally common sense. Learn more at discover.com/match. Limitations apply.
Your personal guide to the world of country music. Sign up for YouTube Music Premium and get 1 free month.
times. My A1C was still over 9.
I just turned the news on TV. See what's going on in the world today. In the local world, it is. It's almost you gotta see what they have to say about the weather today. 'Cause Florida weather has been a little chilly and gloomy lately. Yeah, I'm tired of that mess.
Right around Daniels Parkway and Alico Road, and even getting close to that airport direct connect that takes you out towards Southwest Florida International Airport.
Gotta stack 'em.
Getting a good amount of cars out there just before 6 o'clock. Good news is we have no construction this morning up and down 75. We've been dealing with that one spot on 41, but if that's the worst of it, we're really not too bad on this Tuesday morning. And our gas prices actually not as bad as we've seen. At least they haven't gone up since last week. We're now at $3.46 a gallon, same price we had yesterday for our average. Better to see it at least stay the same than go up, right? Yesterday was a rough week gas price wise. So today you could find $3.29 a gallon, much cheaper than that average in Fort Myers. It's at the Crystal gas location just off of 41 and Crystal Drive in Fort Myers. Heading through Cape Coral, pretty good price, actually a few cents down from yesterday at the Walmart neighborhood market. That's up Pine Island Road and Hibiscus Drive, $3.39 a gallon there. Lehigh Acres, seeing prices go down 1 cent at this station for the lowest still in Lehigh today at the Murphy USA. Now at $3.36 for regular at Lee Boulevard and First Street West. Collier County seeing prices pretty much the same as yesterday. $3.39 is the best I'm finding. In Collier, that's at the Sunoco station at Collier Boulevard and 23rd Avenue Southwest, just north of 33 Parkway. And Charlotte County, actually, your prices did go up overnight. We've got $3.29 a gallon now for the cheapest in town. That's along 41 at Easy Street. You will have to use facial recognition to access the IRS website. The agency scrapped the plan after backlash from lawmakers and privacy groups. The technology was reported to be less accurate when identifying people of color. IRS officials say instead they're going to use an additional authentication process that does not use your face, but they did not explain what.
A spin-off of Outback Steakhouse is coming to Southwest Florida. There are only a dozen locations in the world, and one of them is popping up right here locally. Regional Business Editor David Dorsey has today's business report.
Southwest Florida has a new fast casual
Can't seem to clear my lungs
It's not
today.
just new to the area. Aussie Grill is new to the world. There are just a dozen Aussie Grill locations in the world. 7 of them in the U.S. are all in Florida. The others are in Saudi Arabia and Hong Kong. It's a spin-off from Outback Steakhouse with similar flavors but a different menu and a different CEO Suk Singh told me he expects long lines now as his Fort Myers location along 41 near the bell tower has opened.
You can have a Aussie Grill experience in about 20 to 25 minutes as opposed to a casual dining experience, which is an hour to an hour and 10 minutes.
The burgers, chicken sandwiches, and salads are all in the $10 range. Singh told me he's already planning a second Southwest Florida location.
So we're in Tampa. This is our first one in Fort Myers. We'll be opening in Orlando this year as well. And then growing from there, we're going to grow through that whole of Florida.
Now that Aussie Grill has set up shop here, there has to be other chain restaurants that you want to see. We're trying something new at Gulf Shore Business. Get out your phones or tablets right now and go to GulfShoreBusiness.com and take part in our poll. What chain restaurant would you like to see come to Southwest Florida that's not already here? I'll reveal some of the
Get
top
rid of all the
answers
damn
later
chain
this week.
restaurants.
I'm David Dorsey with Gulf Shore Business.
You talk about food and everyone will be answering.
Sending my list. All right, for the latest business news, text GB to 239-498.
It's just another hamburger stand that they're talking about like it's some big deal.
Well, one neighborhood is
cheese.
getting a new addition to help keep cars.
Ever
from
since they
flying.
invented
Thomas
McDonald's.
Express car wash is coming to Cape Coral soon. However, to do that, a canal in the Santa Barbara and Kamal Parkway neighborhood must be filled to build the car wash. Neighbors say the car wash machines will likely disrupt the peace and quiet, and then the manatees will no longer be able to swim in those canals.
Number one, it's going to tear up my manatees because, they're just going to leave. And then the second piece is you're going to butt right up against my house, And the plans show the vacuum cleaners pointing right at my pool. So that's all I'm going to hear all day, just vacuum cleaners, and that's just going to be a mess.
We do not know when the canal will be filled in for construction, but once we find out, we'll let you know. We'll get ready for kind of a cloudier day today, especially if you're farther north as we start to see the approach of our next cold front. Cloudy, breezy at times by lunchtime, but most of us dry through noon. We should start to see some changes by 5 p.m. as rain begins to spread from north to south. So something to keep in mind. And temperatures today really only topping off in the 60s for the good majority of us. So for our dogs of the day, we have Coco and we have Jazzy, both looking very cute. I will say on this Tuesday morning, love the little squinty eyes with this one. But overall for Coco and Jazzy, we've got some changes ahead here. So buckle up and get ready for what's going to be kind of this weather roller coaster on the way for the remainder of this week. We've got a cool down, another warm up, and then yet another cool down as we head into next week as we persist with a fairly active weather pattern. This morning, at least no fog currently as we saw yesterday, but we do have a bit of a mostly cloudy sky. More clouds the farther north you go, and that's going to be the case today. Live next front radar, we are dry out the door as we are tracking our next front. It's been bringing some of that heavier rain to portions of the Big Bend up through the Jacksonville area and Daytona Beach. Temperatures across the state, you can see cooler as you travel north. That's where they're starting to see that front push on through. And we'll be looking at that kind of same temperature gradient through today. Our warmer spots will be south for areas like Collier County. That's where they should be reaching into 70s. Farther north you go, though, we're talking about highs, like I said, to reach into the lower 60s for areas like DeSoto and Charlotte County. So future track-wise, we're pretty quiet to start the day. Mostly cloudy. We'll continue to see clouds kind of thicken up a bit as we head towards lunchtime, with a little bit more sunshine focused the farther south we go. That's where they should be getting on more peaks of sun today. That front begins to approach our area, but we're really not expecting much of the rain until late this afternoon, this evening. Many of us likely not seeing any rain at all until after sunset. So here's about 5 p.m. First, starting to see this edge into portions of Charlotte County, DeSoto County, and up through Sarasota County. We'll continue to see this spread southward with more rain lingering into your Wednesday morning. We could be off to a wet start for southern areas, that decreasing from north to south as we head throughout the day. Sunshine returning for northern zones by the end of Wednesday. 68 for high in Fort Myers today. Wednesday, we're back to 70. Cooler morning scores for your Thursday in the 40s. 50 waking up on Friday with another front set to bring us more spotty rain by Sunday.
And let's take you back out to I-75. Here's a live look right now at mile marker 137. You can see the exit getting off 75 southbound there to Colonial Boulevard. Pretty clear right now, not too bad heading in and out of Fort Myers and toward Lehigh Acres, but we've got some roads and barrels because of the ongoing construction in that area around Colonial. The good news is nothing blocked off this morning. Here's Lehigh Acres, and you can see we're a little bit busy now at the intersection of 23rd Street Southwest and Sunshine, closer to Leonard Boulevard, seeing delays all the way up toward Westgate and getting closer to Lee Boulevard. Charlotte County roads, not seeing any trouble spots just yet, which is always good news if you're in Pettigorda or Charlotte. 75, 41, even US 17, in and out of downtown Punta Gorda, not too bad. A little bit busier right near Fisherman's Village, close to the bridge, but altogether, easy ride, and we are crash-free out there as we head towards 6. That's Rigby's traffic.
Well, the president's science advisor is now looking for a new job. Ahead of his caught what he's accused of doing that led to his resignation. Wink was there for the heartbreak.
From the Champlain Wink was there for the tragic conclusion of Wink were found to be human remains. Wink was there.
I'm really sorry. Which is why you need to...
In today's world, getting everything you want in your new vehicle can be challenging, and you don't want to settle for someone else's remaining inventory. You should be driving a Kia. At Galliana Kia, we're ordering custom vehicles for those who refuse to settle. Order exactly what you want, how you want it at GallianaKia.com. New inventory coming in daily. Reserve or pre-order yours at GallianaKia.com today. You should be driving a Kia from Galliana. Galliana Kia.
With a VSP individual vision plan, you're the one pulling the strings. Because taking care of your eye health after retirement comes with a lot of decisions that only you should make, like choosing how to save on the lens enhancements you need, the right name brand frames for your style, and choosing your eye doctor from the nation's largest independent doctor network. Even how Make the best decisions for your vision at the eye doctor's office, retail locations, and online with VSP individual vision plans. With a VSP individual vision plan, you're pulling the strings because taking care of your eye health after retirement comes with a lot of decisions that only you should make. So choose your lens enhancements, your frames, and even how you enroll.
I've pricked my fingers 3,000 times. My A1C was still over 9. Then I got the Dexcom G6. I just glance at my phone and there's my glucose number. No finger sticks. None. Yes. Yay! My diabetes is no longer a mystery. You see a spike after eating raisins? A dark chocolate? No spike. That's a huge victory.
My A1C's dropped over 2 points to 7.2.
I actually can't wait for my next doctor's appointment.
What I believe in can't be contained. I believe with the right tools, we can turn what we love into what we do. Be all of who you are.
Wink Weather, sponsored by Comfort Keepers. We care for your loved ones in their own home.
Quilting for a purpose. Take a look through all of the patterns, the colors, and of course all the textures. Members of the Cape Coral Quilters Guild are bringing a sense of comfort really to anyone who needs it. More than 100 quilters dedicated their time to make more than 800 of these beautiful quilts. Each one of them is blessed or given to 18 Cape Coral organizations. And these will go to first babies born in the new year at the Cape Coral Hospital, to patients in hospice care, or a child who may have lost a loved one.
When I think about what that quilt is going to mean to some child, some, abused person, or what it means, it sort of wraps them in the love that we put into the quilts.
Quilters say they spend anywhere between 2 weeks to a few months making one of these, of course with love in every stitch.
A multi-million-dollar push to turn our state blue. All new at 6, what Florida Democrats are spending $2.5 million on to get your vote.
And the new cruise ship's first voyage now delayed. In our next hour, what led to the trip being pushed back by more than a month.
Nice out there this morning, but rain's back in the forecast. Casey Sherman will time it out when Wink News this morning returns.
Wink News is brought to you by Storm Smart. Protect your home 365 days a year.
Smart. It's year-round.
With a VSP individual vision plan, you're pulling the strings because taking care of your eye health after retirement comes with a lot of decisions that only you should make. So choose your lens enhancements, your frames, and even how you enroll.
I've pricked my fingers 3,000 times. My A1C was still over 9. Then I got the Dexcom G6. I just glance at my phone and there's my glucose number. No finger sticks. None. Yes. Yay! My diabetes is no longer a mystery. You see a spike after eating raisins? A dark chocolate? No spike. That's a huge victory.
My A1C's dropped over 2 points to 7.2.
I actually can't wait for my next doctor's appointment.
Living with HIV, unlock a new beginning through the Hopwood Housing Program. Gain access to housing placement, rent assistance, HIV/AIDS treatment, healthcare support, and more. See if you qualify by visiting housingforbetterhealth.com.
With a VSP individual vision plan, you're the one pulling the strings. Because taking care of your eye health after retirement comes with a lot of decisions that only you should make, like choosing how to save on the lens enhancements you need, the right name brand frames for your style and when choosing your eye doctor from the nation's largest independent doctor network. Even how you enroll is up to you. Make the best decisions for your vision at the eye doctor's office, retail locations, and online with VSP individual vision plans.
I have type 2 diabetes. I've pricked my finger too many times. My A1C was still over 9. Then I got the Dexcom G6. I just glance at my phone and there's my glucose number. No finger sticks. None. Yes. Holy cow. My diabetes is no longer a mystery.
My A1C's dropped over 2 points to 7.2.
That's a huge victory.
I feel like I'm calling the shots, not my diabetes.
Yeah, and most of us likely won't see rain until sunset today, so it's going to take some time. We may see a few showers earlier, like late this afternoon for some of those far northern areas, but the bottom line is rain will be spreading in from the north, spreading to the south and east. Ahead of a cold front, they'll be leaving us cooler with the return of some cold mornings as we into the second half of this work week.
I've been watching this over here.
Starting out the door.
Working on another project.
Henry County, Glades County, we had a quick
Interesting.
passing shower an hour ago.
Heading back down again. Cool.
The bulk of the rain, though, and this is what's
At least it's doing something.
portion of the Big Bend of Florida, over towards Daytona Beach and Jacksonville, the northern half of the Florida Peninsula here. That's what's going to be slowly working its way south and eastward through today. So for us across southwest Florida, we're looking at kind of a cloudier sky today. Cloudy to mostly cloudy, a little bit more sunshine down for our southern areas. Temperatures, because of that, and thanks to the fact that we still have a bit of a northeasterly wind today, only set to top off in the 60s for the good majority of the region before we start to see those rain chances pick up as we head into later today and into this evening. Temperatures back into the upper 60s for Fort Myers, lower 70s down in Collier County where they will see a little bit more sunshine, only set to top off in those lower 60s for our northern areas. A little bit breezy at times. I am tracking a return of lows in the 40s. I'll show you when there's a good comeback coming up.
And good Tuesday morning as you're getting ready to head out right now through Fort Myers. Looking pretty good aside from the construction zone just getting cleared up. It's over here near 41 southbound and Canton Street where kind of right lane blocked overnight. I can take you for a live look out over there right now and show you that things are starting to get cleared. You do see at least one or two construction vehicles in the middle of the street. In fact, it looks like they're just getting some of those tons and barrels removed from the roadway. So we'll keep you updated as we continue to watch that construction. Looks like northbound everything's open. And this is not too far from Lee Memorial south of downtown Fort Myers. Just keep that in mind if you're heading out through town right now. That's increased traffic.
Breaking now at 6, one person has died following this crash in North Fort Myers. It's happened on Woodward Avenue and Pine Island Road. Now, initial reports show a motorcycle and bicycle were involved here. In fact, you see the bicycle lying on the roadway there. This investigation is still active.
Also breaking, another person was killed in the crash, this one in Charlotte County. Here's a look on the map where it happened at El Jobian Road and Toledo Blade Boulevard. FHP says a truck and motorcycle were involved. We're still waiting for them to contact family before they identify the victim.
Covered in urine, feces, and living in terrible conditions, 20 dogs are now rescued from a home in Cape Coral. The dogs were surrendered by their owner, the Lee County Domestic Animal Services. The owner says the dog's living situation really deteriorated when the backyard fence was damaged. Neighbors contacted authorities, and they're thankful the dogs are now receiving help.
They were always getting out and running away. We tried to help out as much as we could, corralling them back in. People out in the neighborhood just were concerned concerned for the health of the dogs and for her as well.
Now, the situation inside that house was so bad, officers would not go inside without wearing full protective gear. The dog's owner has been issued 20 criminal citations from the Lee County Animal Services.
Right now, this man is behind bars accused of leading police on a chase and then crashing his car. Investigators say William Easley was armed when he tried to run down a deputy. They were looking for someone else on Sunday night when they spotted Easley right near 41 and College Parkway. Easley tried to take off, but Jonathan Clay, who was on his way home from work, stepped in. When Easley crashed that red car and tried to run, Clay made a U-turn, blocking in the suspect. And that is when deputies think Easley dropped his gun.
I'm still glad I stopped him, and I'm really, really glad he dropped his gun before I ran into him. Because who knows, he could have pointed it at me or tried to take my car or something.
Yeah, I'd be relieved. Easley was wanted for burglary on Christmas. A judge set the bond at $112,000.
Time now is 6:04. Florida Democrats will spend $2.5 million to get more registered voters with its party. The push comes as the party trails the Republican Party in number of registered voters in Florida and have lost ground in the state Senate. Now, the Florida GOP spent $1.5 million in the second half of 2021 in voter registration. The state Republican Party says this push by Democrats is to make up for their historic lack of enthusiasm caused by bad leadership and an even worse agenda.
Well, now this morning, concerns and complaints over noise is leading Collier County commissioners to take up outdoor concerts and what the approval process should be like. The news reporter Annette Montgomery is live at Sunday Park in Collier County this morning. So Annette, what sorts of changes are they considering her neighbors here?
Corey Commissioner Penny Taylor told me she wants to change the process required to have an outdoor concert in the county. Right now, someone just has to submit a special events permit, and the process is handled administratively. But moving forward, Commissioner Taylor told me she wants every concert to be brought to county commissioners and either voted up or down. She told me in the future she wants concerts to be put on the consent agenda, and a commissioner can decide to pull it off and hold a discussion about it if they want. She told me that way the public can also weigh in. Commissioner Taylor said Paradise Coast Sports Park and the fairgrounds are two viable options for holding an outdoor concert because there's very little impact to nearby communities. So she put this discussion item on the agenda today so commissioners can consider altering this process.
That ensures the public, the voters, the taxpayers, an active part in maintaining their quality of life, because this is what this is about. Quality of life, not quality of pocketbook. Quality of life. People spend their life savings in their homes, and they want the quiet that they bought.
Commissioner Taylor told me she's hoping for full support from the other commissioners today so staff can start working on this. She told me she's heard complaints from numerous neighbors living near places where outdoor concerts are held, like here at Sugden Park, and this is a way to improve that. Live in Collier County, Annette Montgomery, Wink News Now.
If you are still picking up from last month's tornado in Lee County, get your debris out today. Lee County Solid Waste will collect trash in neighborhoods that were impacted by the tornado. They're asking that you put it all on the curb. So far, crews have collected 655 tons of debris.
An employee of a pizza place refuses service to a man and his service dog. Coming up, how the owner is now responding.
And all of a sudden, one of the guys who was helping deliver turned around and saw, he said, "What happened to your bus?"
A bust stolen in the middle of the night. Next, what the man who the statue honors has to say about the crime.
Start the new year in a new Jeep at Kellyanna Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. New Jeep Renegade or new Jeep Compass, just $249 per month. Yes, a new Jeep for $249 per month.
Welcome to the White Light District. These guests are crazy. I want to speak to your boss.
You have to treat these people like sensitive children. Please enjoy.
With a VSP individual vision plan, you're the one pulling the strings. Because taking care of your eye health after retirement comes with a lot of decisions that only you should make, like choosing how to save on the lens enhancements you need, the right name brand frames for your style, and choosing your eye doctor from the nation's largest independent doctor network. Even how you enroll is up to you. Make the best decisions for your vision at the eye doctor's office, retail locations, and online with VSP individual vision plans. With a VSP individual vision plan, you're pulling the strings because taking care of your eye health after retirement comes with a lot of decisions that only you should make. So choose your lens enhancements, your frames, and even how you enroll.
What I believe in can't be contained. I believe with the right tools, we can turn what we love into what we do. Be all of who you are.
I've pricked my fingers 3,000 times. My A1C was still over 9. Then I got the Dexcom G6. I just glance at my phone and there's my glucose number. No finger sticks.
None.
Yes. Yay!
My diabetes is no longer a mystery.
You see a spike after eating raisins?
The dark chocolate? No spike. That's a huge victory.
My A1C's dropped over 2 points to 7.2.
I actually can't wait for my next doctor's appointment.
Living with HIV, unlock a new beginning through the Hopwa Housing Program. Gain access to housing placement, rent assistance, HIV/AIDS treatment, healthcare support, and more. See if you qualify by visiting housingforbetterhealth.com.
Seems like a defective detector. A broken detector won't protect you.
Still yelling.
Are you ready for some savings? You gotta go to Galliana Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. 0% financing for 72 months on Ram Crew Cab and Dodge Chargers and Challengers during the President's Day sales event at Galliana Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and GallianaCars.com.
Wake Weather, sponsored by Inspire Closets. Visit their new Fort Myers showroom today during their grand opening celebration.
Well, rain returns today, but mainly late today and into this evening and through the overnight time frame. This is when we'll see the best chance for rain as our next front begins to move through. That leaves us actually pretty quiet as we kick off this Tuesday morning. If you're about to head out to work, really no issues right now. There's where all the rain is currently focused, farther to the north, and this is just going to be slowly shifting to the south and east as we head throughout this afternoon. We have a very weak frontal boundary that's currently to the north of us, with this moving off to the south here. That's just going to eventually bring us scattered rain this evening, tonight, and even through tomorrow morning before we start to see that rain chance taper off a tad as we head into the remainder of your Wednesday. And from there, high pressure setting up shop yet again across the southeast. That's going to leave us dry, sunny, but cold as we head into your Thursday morning, where yes, we will see the return of these temperatures in the 40s waking up. So we're back to these cooler starts here. This is a snapshot of Thursday morning, what you can expect. Lower 40s farther north, 47 for low, Fort Myers, Cape Coral waking up with some lower 50s across the coast of Collier County. In the meantime, today is actually going to be a cooler day for us. Many of us only topping off in the 60s, thanks to the fact that we still have a northeasterly wind behind a stronger front that remains to the south of us. And as we start to see this little front pass through this afternoon, it's going to keep us with a good amount of cloud cover. So we'll keep with a cloudy sky farther north, a little bit more of the sunshine for the southern areas. That's where we should see some highs in the 70s for Collier County. Here's 5 p.m. today. We'll start to see that main kind of back to rain end itself first into our northern areas, DeSoto, North Charlotte County, southern Sarasota County, and then push southward as we head into tonight. Most of us likely not seeing any rain until after sunset. We'll continue to see this spread across the area, scattered rain through the overnight time frame, and even through tomorrow morning, at least for our southern zones. This will continue to clear from north to south, and by about 2-3 p.m. tomorrow, we should be dry. Notice also we'll start to see this cloud deck clear from north to south with that drier air moving in. So how much rain can we expect? Heavy totals expected farthest north. We're generally, I would say, up to about a half an inch possible for those areas. Those will be kind of tapering off a little bit more the farther south you go. We're looking more at about a couple tenths of an inch possibility for our southern and central zones for today and into tonight. Temperatures for today. This is the kind of gradient I'm talking about here, where they'll see a little bit more sunshine. Collier County will be back into the 70s, lower 60s for those northern zones. Arcadia with the high of 61, 68 in town. A little bit breezy at times with those winds picking up out of the north and east between about 10 to 15 miles per hour. So some rain through tomorrow morning that clears. We're back with sunshine for your Thursday. After that cold start, we're back into the 70s. Dry through Friday. And then we have another front on the way for Sunday. It should be bringing us more spotty rain, breezy weather. Valentine's Day, though, looking dry, a little bit cooler with the high of 70. Another ongoing area with construction, thankfully not blocking off anything on your morning drive right now. I know if you live in Estero, you're saying, yep, I know exactly what you're talking about. This construction on Corkscrew, not too far off Ben Hill Griffin Parkway, close to 75. You can see the cones out here on the shoulder on this eastbound stretch of Corkscrew Road, but no problems getting on and off of 75 right now. That's the good news out there. Show you the maps. Estero in general looking pretty good. Williams Road a little bit busier, close to the intersection of 41. Bonita Springs not too bad. And in Collier County, the only thing we're dealing with is one crash in Immokalee over here along New Market Road East and North 1st Street. Collier County deputies saying no injuries with that.
member refused to serve the man. That's a violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act. In the report, it says when police told the 19-year-old he was breaking the rule, he said,
Okay, time to change the channel here.
This morning,
Enough of the local news. All I want to talk about is fast food restaurants today. Let's see what Maria Bartiromo has to say this morning. And price is still moving like pond
Electric
water.
ships going back and forth to China. Redland cotton is grown
Hanging
in
in
Alabama.
that same
Milled in the
place.
southeast, then our sheets are cut and sewn in Alabama
Down.
or Mississippi. 400-mile radius, low carbon footprint. American craftsmanship and luxury. The science is clear. Go to redlandcotton.com. That's redlandcotton.com. It's hard to
I
figure
can't
out
try out my
There's so
system
many options out there.
if it won't move to the areas I need.
Opportunities and risk
That's
mitigation.
frustrating.
Consider Avatar's commercial mortgage REIT. You'll be invested into a highly diversified pool of
But,
commercial real estate debt assets.
just like my back testing, you know,
Large institutional
we went from
experience. Now, the Avatar
entry,
Financial
target
Group is
1,
available
target
to
2,
individual
target
investors
3,
like you to help replace or supplement your
almost
retirement income.
almost a
It's a
target
first
4
lien
on
position
this candle.
investment with a
So
relatively low downside and targeted
maybe we'll
returns of
get down
8%
there
per annum
and do the
distributed
reversal.
for accredited investors seeking diversification.
Maybe.
REIT funds
We'll see.
deliver. Think beyond the stock market, bonds and CDs for your portfolio. Think about Avatar Commercial Mortgage REIT, A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Learn more at avatarfinancial.com/XM. That's avatarfinancial.com/XM. All investments are subject to risk. This is not an offer to sell securities. Securities offered by Avatar Commercial Mortgage REIT LLC are governed by the Private Placement Memorandum.
Wherever you are, whenever you want it, Fox News Digital is the world according to Fox. The top headlines other sites won't touch, unmatched coverage you won't get anywhere else, and the stories that keep America clicking. No one does it like FoxNews.com. Plus, download the Fox News app to get breaking news, alerts, and all your favorite shows on the go. And if you can't watch, listen.
You've been listening to the Trade Alley Podcast.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Dana Perino, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Fox News Digital, the world according to Fox.
Well, welcome back. President Biden is now at odds with governors from both parties over school mask mandates. 4 Democrat-led states, Connecticut, New Jersey, Oregon, and even Biden's home state of Delaware, have moved to lift mask mandates in schools and some indoor spaces by the end of February or March. The Biden administration has been hitting Republican states like Texas and Florida, which have long eased and banned mandates. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki still not ready to unmask, responding to all of this yesterday. Watch.
Our advice to every school district is to abide by public health guidelines. It continues to be at this point that the CDC is advising that masks can delay, reduce transmission. We certainly understand and have seen in polling that the public is tired of COVID. We understand that. So are we. But our responsibility as the federal government is to rely on the data and the science.
Dagan McDowell, it's about the science, you know. There was some reports that said masks don't work at all. Your reaction?
Yeah, science, this is not based on science. This is based on politics. What you're seeing happening in states like New Jersey and Connecticut, it's because those liberal governors have gone, oh crap, the midterms are coming up and people hate us. And we need to do something that looks like we're actually acting to benefit children who should never have been masked, who should always have been going to school for in-person learning since the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic. Even the World Health Organization says children under 5 shouldn't be masked, and those under 11 should only wear masks selectively. One of the reasons kids are in school with cloth masks on, they don't work. It is theater. Children in Europe got to go to school and not wear masks throughout the coronavirus pandemic. So now these liberal governors and people like Ted Lieu out in California are demanding credit for them freeing the children and freeing people in their states from these restrictions. Don't let them get away with it. Only if they step up and say, we're going to stop the abuse of children and the bullying of children by, say, the teachers' unions. We promise to never implement mask mandates ever again because, for the most part, the masks don't work. And point out this one, in terms of children, this one statistic, that fewer than 900 children, these are the pediatric stats from the CDC, have died with or from the coronavirus. They're not sure which. So a child is more likely to die in, say, an automobile accident than from coronavirus. That's why they should have been in school all along, and they shouldn't have had to wear masks, which has impeded their learning and their development for their lifetimes.
Yeah, I mean, look, the mask issue is a joke, Adam. I mean, we know masks, you know, even Fauci said a while ago masks don't work. But this is a very serious issue because American children are at a huge disadvantage and will be as they look for jobs in the coming years. How do you read this?
Well, as I walk to work through the streets of New York, Maria, and I see kids being picked up by buses, it just makes me sad that, you know, where's the joy? They're getting on these buses, their heads are down, they're not able to interact with their classmates. And, you know, my whole thing, Maria, as an investor is American ingenuity. The people and companies driving the world forward. There's been tremendous ingenuity to get us to this point. But, you know, I think it's time to recognize that this thing has run its course, right? I mean, we don't need to keep wearing these when, 80% of us are vaccinated. You know, America is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's kind of hard to have mandates if your DNA is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Can I add one thing?
I think that's well said, Adam. I want to get your take later in the show on investing and how you're allocating capital. Sorry, Dagan, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, these aren't laws, these are orders from these governors, and like here in New York. Now, I went in a store yesterday. I just had COVID again. I am vaccinated and boosted, and my doctor has told me not to wear a mask if I can avoid it, because I've had an eye infection that's taken longer to go away than both COVID-1 and COVID-2 for me. So I went in the store, and this woman started yelling at me about putting a mask on. I went, I'll leave, and I'll never come back, because there was nobody in there. She was screaming at me. I was like, I don't have to shop here. Later, Tater.
Dagan, you got it. You got a reinfection after you had it already.
Yeah, I got COVID in March of last year. I was vaccinated with J&J. I got a booster shot, and then I got COVID again. I got Omicron. So I've had COVID twice. I had COVID twice in 10 months.
Yeah, wow. All right, stay with us. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Why is Mathnasium one of the world's fastest growing franchises? Because demand for after-school math education is skyrocketing. And no
I'm
other
gonna fall
franchise
asleep.
provides an exceptional financial opportunity with the power to change lives like Mathnasium. That's also why we consistently earn top rankings in entrepreneur
That's what I get for getting up so damn early every day.
1,000 centers worldwide. Mathnasium,
Oh well.
is a trusted brand name. Protected territories are
I
available
just
to
wake
open a
up
center.
automatically,
Online.
3, 4
Get your free
o'clock.
franchise information kit at mathnasiumfranchise.com. That's mathnasiumfranchise.com.
Are you getting threatening letters from the IRS? Have you not had a good night's sleep in a while? The IRS can take your money, your paycheck, and even your business due to IRS-backed taxes. PFG Tax is the solution you're looking for. PFG Tax can protect your assets from the IRS and reduce your IRS liability. They've reduced their clients' liabilities by hundreds of thousands of
Maybe
dollars
it's
in the
starting
past
to make a
15
move here
years.
finally.
PFG Tax has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Put those fears to rest. Give them a call.
Come on down.
888-77-TAX-HELP. That's 888-77-TAX-HELP. No gimmicks, just results.
Hey, stock market investors, listen up. Has your financial advisor told you what an asymmetric trade is? Probably not. An asymmetric trade is when the stock has huge upside, but a much smaller downside. Simple, right? Well, it's easy to say, but hard to find. Carnivore Trading believes it has found a stock market sector with the potential for 80 to 120% gains with a much
There
lower
we are.
downside risk. And they name
Hit
the
target
stocks
number
that
4
trade
down
in
there.
that sector in real time right now for free.
So
Go to
we may be ready to
crushthedow.com and find
ready
out
to head
what
into a
Carnivore's
reversal here
expert
shortly.
systems and traders say could be the
We'll
greatest
sit
asymmetric trade
tight.
of the year. It's free for 2 weeks. That's crushthedow.com. Then you can tell your friends that you're an asymmetric trader and laugh at them when that blank look comes across their faces. Go to crushthedow.com. That's crushthedow.com and start trading like a lion at Carnivore Trading.
Individual results may vary. There's no guarantee that past performance will be indicative of future results. Invest wisely.
Wondering what to wear on Valentine's Day or what to give your guy? Untucked shirts are the
let's
perfect
go back
style that
high.
every guy loves to wear, whether you're looking for a great date Soft. So they help guys to look sharp and feel comfortable. Check out our best-selling wrinkle-free plaids and solid performance shirts with stretch. These styles are selling fast, so go to untuckit.com or any Untuckit store and use code LOVE for 20% off your next purchase. Untuckit, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
Picasso helps people buy and co-own a luxury second home for 1/8 the cost. Co-ownership is not a new idea, but it's never before been modernized and fully managed. Picasso curates amazing luxury homes and brings together individual buyers to co-own in an
We're looking
LLC.
to go short.
Picasso manages everything: interior design, scheduling, bill pay, maintenance. After closing, the owners, not Picasso, own 100%
Let's see
of
what
the home.
bookmap
Learn
says.
more about co-ownership.
You can't see this, but
Picasso.com. That's PACASO.com.
bookmap doesn't show anything down
The
there.
innovative and feature-rich cloud phone
Maybe
system for businesses of
4470.
any size. Zoom Phone is simple to
Buyers.
use, whether you're on a mobile device, desktop, laptop, or desk phone. And because every call is important to
here
your
we go.
business, Zoom Phone was built with
4469.50.
reliability in mind, using geographic
70.
redundancy to keep your communications online.
Okay.
Empower your workforce with Zoom Phone. Visit
So, come down here.
zoom.com/phone system. Zoom, how the world
Put
connects.
Critical Wall Street moves, big Washington headlines, and how it all impacts your wallet. She's got you covered. Elizabeth McDonald has the insight you need weeknights on the Evening Edit.
That's about right there. Okay. 69.
All athletes have the right to freely express themselves. It's the responsibility of China to live up to its own obligations to maintain a safe environment for all athletes at these games. The world will be watching, but we leave it up to individuals. We certainly support the right to peaceful
We got a
protest.
resting order in there.
No, they
Stop,
don't. They do not
stop,
have the right to
stop.
peacefully protest in China. That was White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki yesterday, appearing to disagree
Excuse me,
with House
those
Speaker Nancy Pelosi of
those
whether
are
or
profit
not our
targets.
Olympic athletes should protest
And we
China's
got
government
stop
while
times
competing in
3.
Beijing. Last week, Pelosi said athletes should think twice before criticizing the Chinese Communist Party. She said she fears for their safety if they do. She basically said, shut up and dribble. Joining us right now is the Hill editor-in-chief, Bob Cusack.
We'll see.
Bob, was Jen Psaki living under
We'll see what happens.
the invasion of the CCP? They went in there, they started throwing peaceful
Couple of bucks
protesters
away.
in jail. She's just telling us that the U.S. athletes have the right to protest. How do you see it?
Well, I think it's something that, remember, Olympic athletes have been told not to bring their phones because China's going to be spying on them. So this is a rare break, Maria, between Pelosi and the White House. Not the first time that Pelosi's broken
Looking
with
at
the Democratic
before.
White House on China. Remember, Pelosi was very much against permanent trade
Before
relations,
rules say
with
don't
China,
don't buy here
that Bill Clinton eventually got. So
because we're
this
under
kind of a
VWAP
rare break where the
and
White
we're
House, I
under
guess,
the
felt
cloud.
no, we want to say that they can peacefully protest.
The
But at the
before
same
indicator is
time, you've got to
red.
be concerned about spying, and as Pelosi said, well, you know,
We're
there's
definitely doing
some
the
danger.
opposite of what they preach.
Yeah, there are also reports about bad treatment of athletes in China. Olympic athletes are complaining about conditions at the Beijing Games,
Guppy.
lack of food. So there's a big story
You know
about
what?
what our athletes are facing right now. Why don't we get
Open
into
this
the
up so you can see this
Wall
too.
Street Journal op-ed, Larry Kudlow and Stephen Moore write that the GOP's top priority should be making President Trump's 2017 tax cuts permanent. They write, because of budget rules, some of the 2017 tax cuts will start expiring in 2023. If Congress does nothing, most Americans will pay more. Bob, your thoughts, as we know that the White House and the Democrats overall want to raise taxes.
They do, and they've been unsuccessful so far, as Build Back Better has been shelved, basically. Now it's going to be their vehicle for significantly raising taxes. And it's interesting, with the Republican agenda for 2022, the midterm, the House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, trying to win back the House and trying to become Speaker, is planning to put out an agenda. This is, I think, is a slam dunk for Republicans because it unites the party to extend the Trump tax cuts, which some of them start to expire, as the op-ed points out, starting next year. So this is not 10 years of tax cuts completely. There were certain phase-outs here. Now, Mitch McConnell on the Senate side has said he's not going to put out a national agenda, which is kind of interesting. You have a split between McConnell and McCarthy. McConnell said, listen, individual candidates can come out and say what they're for, but they're not planning to come out with something. But as far as an agenda on the House Republican side, House Republicans likely to win back the House, they're going to lay out an agenda, and I think the Trump tax cuts will be front and center, and the wall will probably be in there,
Guppy is showing that we're in just a slight downtrend here.
Thoughts on how policy can fix what's going on with this tight labor market?
I think the tight labor market's going to be with us for a while, and that's a problem for employers because
before it's just turning up into that buy signal area. Ichimoku, we're down here. Chico's about to enter the do not trade congestion area. So anyway, wait and see. Oh, forgot to show you one more thing. There's what I wanted to show you. Got to turn bookmap on.
General Jack Keane is here. He will discuss the tensions rising between Russia and the West. Why he says a full-scale invasion is actually unlikely. Then President Donald Trump will join me in about 2 hours' time. Join me when we talk with 45
So yeah, down here,
on Russia, Ukraine.
there's some buy orders sitting down here. Looks like it already changed some. There was, yeah, see this order here, that looks like that got pulled 69.50, which is kind of what I based this on right here, along with, it's right basically in the middle of my zone here, what I'm going to call the reversal zone. So, to be more conservative, we could move it down here even to 46, 67, 67.25.
Want to be your own boss in the fast-growing $20 billion tutoring industry?
We are conservative.
Then
Let's
become
do
a
that.
Huntington Learning Center franchisee.
Yeah,
As a Huntington Learning Center franchisee, you join the nation's #1 K-12 tutoring and test prep provider with a proven system that works.
Just
The
because
Huntington
of
Advantage
what
includes
happened
low startup
earlier,
expenses
where
and
it,
an award-winning team dedicated to your success.
it
No
punched up
education experience
into
needed.
that area
In today's
almost.
environment, the need for tutoring
Yeah,
has
that might be
never
too
been
low.
greater. Take the next step.
We're nowhere near it at the
Learn how you
moment,
can
so.
join Huntington and have a lucrative and rewarding future. Call Huntington today at 1-800-653-8400 or visit huntingtonfranchise.com. Again, call 1-800-653-8400 or visit huntingtonfranchise.com. Call Huntington today at 1-800-653-8400. Regulated activities performed by a licensed affiliate.
Did you know you can sell your life insurance policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment? Call Coventry Direct at 1-800-993-6700 or visit CoventryDirect.com to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. And that got me thinking, maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
So I did some research and called Coventry Direct.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Call Coventry Direct at 1-800-993-6700 or visit CoventryDirect.com. That's CoventryDirect.com. 1-800-993-6700. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Key is a bank that's optimistic about your business's future in the face of climate change. To show it, they went to leading industry experts for advice and gathered the findings at key.com/sustainability. Learn across topics like efficient lighting, thermal energy, and reduced emissions, all as part of the path towards protecting your business and the planet. Join Key Bank for your greenest future yet at key.com/sustainability.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Do these three words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief. Because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
Well, welcome back. Rumble is stepping into the Joe Rogan controversy, offering Rogan $100 million to lure him over to Rumble. Cheryl Casoni with the details right now. Cheryl, wow, that's a big deal. Yeah, is Joe Rogan ready to rumble? I mean, I had to say it. Sorry, Maria. Good morning. So this is crazy. So the move is an attempt, obviously, to draw Rogan away from Spotify. Rumble CEO putting out a statement on Twitter saying, in part, quote, "We stand with you, your guests, your legion of fans, and desire for real conversation. This is our chance to save the world." Well, the offer comes as multiple artists say they're going to leave Spotify over accusations that Rogan's podcast is spreading COVID misinformation. Rumble, which launched back in 2013, reached about 39 million monthly active users. That was last month. That's a 19% jump month over month. Well, Elon Musk running afoul of the SEC again. The agency issuing a new subpoena over CEO Elon Musk's tweets. The regulator investigating whether Musk and the company complied with a revised settlement agreement the agency struck with them back in 2019. You may recall back in 2018, Musk had to pay $20 million to settle a lawsuit by the SEC over his tweet on taking the company private. At the time, he agreed to have the company's lawyers pre-approve any of his tweets that had material information about Tesla. The SEC says some of Musk's tweets have violated that deal. Well, get ready for more pain at the pump. U.S. gas prices up 8 cents from last week as oil continues to surge on tensions between Russia and Ukraine. The national average regular gasoline is at $3.45, up 15 cents from a month ago, $1 higher than last year. For more than a month, prices have increased every week, hitting a 7-year high just last week, $3.45, folks. And finally, now to Beijing and the Winter Olympics, where the U.S. has still not won a gold medal. Team USA took home the silver in the team figure skating competition after Madison Clark and Evan Bates turned in a season-best score in ice dancing. Right now, Russia, Maria, leads the overall medal count with 8. There's a whole other line I could throw to the story, but I want us to send it back to you right now. Cheryl, thank you. All right, President Biden and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz announced a, quote, united approach against Russia's aggression toward Ukraine. The two met yesterday at the White House. The Nord Stream 2 pipeline could remain a key sticking point. Here's the president yesterday.
If Russia invades, there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring it in.
How will you do that? Exactly. Since the project and control of the project is within Germany's control.
We will, I promise you, we'll be able to do it.
Meanwhile, Scholz offered support without explicitly saying that the project would be halted. Joining me right now is Fox News senior strategic analyst General Jack Keane. General, it's great to see you this morning. Thanks very much. Could the U.S. really stop the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, knowing that the pipeline is going into Germany? I mean, could the U.S. actually do that, what President Biden just said?
Well, we could issue sanctions against Germany, that's for sure. I think he probably has some tacit agreement from the German Chancellor to shut it down, even though the German Chancellor would not make a point of that and would never even mention the word Nord Stream 2. Listen, I think we put far too much emphasis on this. I don't think Nord Stream 2 is a big deal for Putin in this specific crisis because he's not drawing any revenues from it now. He's drawing revenues from the other pipelines he has, and he's already started to cut back on some of that, particularly what is going into Ukraine.
Might be chasing it here. Looks like I am.
And I think when Putin thinks about it, he knows this crisis will pass.
Come on. Come down. Fire.
Certainly Germany is going to execute Nord Stream Pipeline 2 at some point. So we're making a big deal out of it. I think it has less impact as a deterrence on Putin.
Yeah, I mean, especially since Germany is still reliant on Russia regardless.
Order filled.
Thank you. Finally. That was my own fault.
And I find it hard to believe that the U.S. is actually going to be able to stop Nord Stream pipeline
Above where I wanted to be, but
to push back on Russia. I mean, are we really
that's all right.
united front here?
But see, moving my original thought got me again. I should have got in a whole lot earlier here. Could be, could be almost at profit already. That's all right.
Serious diplomatic phase right now. With Macron talking to Putin yesterday, I think what he's getting, they both seem to admit that there's some progress being made.
That's what I got to work on, is refining my executions.
He's the president of Ukraine. What's happening here is Macron is trying to revise the Minsk II agreement, which was never implemented, and that's largely solving the differences between Russia and Ukraine in eastern Ukraine.
First target here
And that
is
is what he is trying to reignite
75, 75. Where are we at? See, we're a little above it.
the differences that exist. Macron is trying to move away from U.S.-led leadership in Europe. He's been at this for a number of years. Russia certainly wants the United States to play a much lesser role in Europe than it's playing right now. So we'll see what comes of this. We'll probably get an answer in about a week or two.
Yeah, I want to ask you about Iran, but let's first finish this conversation with the idea that you don't even think that an outright invasion is going to happen, right? Tell me about that and what kind of concessions Russia would get if, in fact, it does go along with the U.S.'s thinking and not do a full-on invasion into Ukraine. What are your thoughts on how this plays out?
Well, I don't think they would do a full-out invasion, which means change the regime and occupy Ukraine. It doesn't fit Putin's pattern. After all, in 2008, he stopped short of going to the Georgia capital with his troops, pulled them back, and is holding a much smaller piece of territory because he accomplished what he wanted. Georgia did not join NATO. In 2014, when annexed Crimea went into eastern Ukraine, a new government, an anti-Russian government, was installed in Ukraine after the people ran out Russia's stooge Yanukovych. But Russia did not take on all of Ukraine. And the reason I think is pretty obvious, he certainly doesn't want to own it. He wants to influence and have some control of it, but his pattern is he doesn't want ownership and all the accountability and responsibility and problems that goes with something like that. Secondly, this is key, he has not prepared the Russian population for a full-out invasion that would cause an increase in
See, on that first candle where I should have been filled,
for his domestic audience for that, and he would be doing that. I believe he was going to conduct that. And all on, it's likely he'll do a limited invasion in eastern Ukraine, certainly, and complement that with a fairly aggressive cyber attack on the electric grid, maybe the financial system itself, maybe obviously shutting off the energy sources to put pressure on that population and attempt to get some significant political concessions from the Ukraine government. I think that is far more likely in terms of what actions he'll take if the diplomacy, and he's not able to get any concessions out of the diplomacy effort.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're taking me back to what Joe Biden said when this all started, right? It depends on what kind of incursion he makes. If it's a small incursion. I mean, if what you're talking about plays out, then does the U.S. do anything about it? Because I'm reminded of Biden's comments a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, that'll be a test for the United States and the Europeans. If Putin does a limited incursion, does the United States and the Europeans say, oh, well, he didn't do the full out, that means we're successful and we don't have to do much of anything against him. If that's the case, Putin wins, certainly. The United States has got to have steadfastness here and leadership.
It does feel like Putin is winning, and also Iran is winning. The U.S. and Iran having these indirect talks on a nuclear deal in Vienna.
Stop filled.
Most officials say, quote, significant gaps in an agreement still exist. General, where is this going? Why is this administration so bent on getting us back into the nuclear deal? And I find it just stunning that China and Russia are speaking for the United States in this Iranian negotiation.
Well, the Iranians won't do any direct talking with us, so that's why the other participants in the original deal, have voices, and they're carrying a message to the Iranians.
Order filled.
This administration has been wedded to that original deal to improve it. Something that President Trump wanted to do as well. And guess what? There's been no effort to do that. It looks like everything we're hearing.
What do you get for not paying attention again?
That we're going to remove the sanctions, and the Iranians will likely keep most of what they had in the 2015 deal, and maybe even more in terms of highly enriched uranium and centrifuges, because they've increased it close to 60%, and it was below 4% in terms of highly enriched uranium. So I think we're going to actually have, Maria, a worse deal than we had in 2015, and because they're so wedded to having a deal. It's make the deal at all costs. Makes no sense. Arabs are opposed to it. Certainly Israel is opposed to it. And we're just heading right back down a very bad path again, which is going to make things worse in the region.
Why? Why? I mean, they're still chanting death to America. Why? I mean, I know that it's the same foreign policy team that are doing the negotiating for Joe Biden that it was for Barack Obama. Is that why? Why are we so wedded to this deal?
Yeah, it's amazing. We're going to give them a windfall of billions and billions of dollars again. We saw what they did with the money when we gave it to them in 2015. That was the same year they helped to topple the friendly government in Yemen. And now the Houthis are on the rampage and dropping missiles into Saudi Arabia and UAE on a regular basis. Where does all that money come from? Those missiles, it came from that original deal. We're about to give them billions of dollars again. And what will happen? That'll light a match in the Middle East, and their aggressiveness will become more robust in terms of what they're doing. And their missile development program, which is not a part of the deal, will be increased, and they're able to buy conventional weapons all over the world. Their threat to the Middle East stability and security will get worse.
Yeah, incredibly dangerous days that we are living right now. General, thanks very much for weighing in. Got to get to Pfizer earnings, just hitting the tape. They are better than expected. Cheryl Bissoni with the numbers right now on the Pfizer quarter with a revenue miss, Cheryl.
Well, I'm looking right now at this slight revenue miss. You're right, $23.8 billion. The street was looking for 24.12, so that is a slight miss. Our earnings per share, though, on an adjusted basis was a huge beat, $1.08 versus expectations of 87 cents. However, the stock right now, if we can pull it up really quick here, PFE is the ticker, it's the guidance. And this is what the street was looking for with regards to guidance. Now, the stock is actually ticking down about 1.1%, it looks like, on the fact that they did miss on revenue. But again, it's the full year guidance for revenue, 98 to 102 billion in revenues for all of 2022. A big part of this is contracts that they still continue to sign for the COVID vaccine, that partnership they have with BioNTech. Also, they're saying this also reflects the amount of doses expected to be delivered under these contracts in the near term. Paxlovid, this is the other story that the street and frankly the medical community was looking for. And that's the antiviral treatment that they just got approved to treat COVID. That contributed $76 million in U.S. sales in the quarter after that FDA authorization. But again, they're looking for a strong 2022. That guidance, Maria, doesn't seem to be helping the stock right now. To your point, it's likely that revenue miss that you brought that to me as well. So Pfizer down 2%, Maria, back to you.
But you're right, it's off of the worst levels of the morning this morning. The initial reaction was negative, but investors are digesting it. I want to talk later, Cheryl, about how much Pfizer is going to be making on vaccines. I think the company's talking about $32 billion just on vaccines alone. We'll get into it when we come back. Cheryl Bissoni, thank you. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Has climate change got you down? Are you worried that carbon is destroying the world? Mark Yeager with Redland Cotton. Billions of dollars spent on cheap textiles made in China every year. Folks, there ain't no electric sheep.
I keep making stupid mistakes.
Redland Cotton is grown in Alabama, milled in the southeast, then our sheets are cut and sewn in Alabama or Mississippi. 400-mile radius, low carbon footprint. American craftsmanship and luxury. The science is clear. Go to redlandcotton.com. That's redlandcotton.com.
Picasso helps people buy and co-own a luxury second home for 1/8 the cost. Co-ownership is not a new idea, but it's never before been modernized and fully managed. Picasso curates amazing luxury homes and brings together individual buyers to co-own in an LLC. Then Picasso handles everything: interior design, scheduling, bill pay, maintenance. After closing, the owners, not Picasso, own 100% of the home. Learn more about co-ownership and see current listings at Picasso.com. That's PACASO.com.
If you're like most Americans, you're pretty much in disbelief with what's going on in the world. As we all know, global problems are having local consequences. Too many of them. And if the peanut butter really hits the fan, are you ready? Grocery store supply chains are only as strong as their weakest link. Don't wait for them to break. Now's the time to secure emergency food for everyone in your family. My Patriot Supply is America's largest preparedness company. Our specially packaged and delicious food stays fresh for up to 25 years in storage. It'll be there when you need it. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and pick up several emergency food kits. There are a dozen different sizes that average over 2,000 calories per day. Our food kits will ship quickly and discreetly to your door. Having food storage in your home beats government food lines hands down. Go to mypatriotsupply.com today and prepare for what's coming. mypatriotsupply.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/news. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/news. That's ZipRecruiter.com/news. ZipRecruiter.com/news.
70% of the Fortune 100 choose Zoom. With phone, chat, workspaces, apps, events, and video in a single platform, Zoom powers all your communications. Large enterprises, small businesses, and individuals use the secure Zoom platform to enable new ways of working, learning, hosting events, and supporting their customers. And now you can save 15% on meetings, chat, and phone with the Zoom United bundle. Visit zoom.com/bundle. Zoom, how the world connects.
Still pushing spending, but even if the president can compromise,
Now,
can his Build Back Better bill survive? Senator
as
Kevin
much as I hate to leave
today on Cutlow.
and have this probably bury my stop again, but I need coffee, so I'll be right back. We'll see what happens while I'm gone.
Creating the new Alpha Dark treatment. It is said to have the potential to remove all solid tumors, regardless of cancer type, location, or stage. Joining me right now is the Chief Financial Officer of Alpha Tau, Rafi Levitt. Rafi, it's great to have you. Thanks very much for being here this morning. You've had incredible progress with this treatment. You have a long resume of working in healthcare at Goldman Sachs, among others. Tell me about this treatment and why you made the move, given this progress that you're seeing with regard to cancer.
Good morning, Maria. Sure. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I think the technology is fascinating. So we're working in the space of local radiation therapy, which is so important to how we treat cancer today. And the fundamental technology hasn't changed very much in years. Everyone is doing local cancer radiation. We're using what's called gamma or beta radiation, which is akin in many ways, let's call it, to a ping pong ball being thrown at the DNA of a cancer cell. We use alpha radiation, which is, in this analogy, more like a bowling ball. It's more efficient, you need much lower doses. And so what we do is we basically insert a small radioactive source into the tumor. It releases alpha emitters that diffuse into the tumor over about 2 weeks. And as you say, the data has just been fantastic. I think when I saw this company, I fell in love, just because the data here is quite unique, really very differentiated versus what you see elsewhere.
So when do you expect this to actually change lives and be on the market? Where are we in terms of the pipeline, in terms of getting this out there? I mean, you're calling this an incredible process for unmet medical need.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we're
to go public through a SPAC with Healthcare Capital Corporation. Is that where the money you raise is going? Tell me about the SPAC, why you chose this, and what you're going to do with the money raised.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good question. Look, SPACs have come in and out of vogue over time, and we recognize that. We were charging towards an IPO, and it was a very viable alternative for us. And we did initially rebuff some of the inbounds from the SPACs. We didn't go down this direction in the end because really the ability to raise such a large amount of capital in one go, I think was a very compelling offering for us. And so we did announce a deal with Healthcare Capital Corp back in July.
Well, stops didn't get hit at least. While I was getting coffee, I was thinking about this. And this $25 stop that I've kind of been using, maybe that's not enough. Maybe I need to increase that. So if we entered at 44.69.50.
Real quick on the DART system, it was designed to eliminate solid tumors, Rafi, but is there
I wish I could do math in my head.
that it has shown more success than others? Because there are certain cancers out there that are still killers. Of course, we've made incredible progress on things like breast cancer, but Rafi, where have you seen the most
I could have done that in my head.
from this DART system?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've seen tremendous success in tumors that aren't responding to other therapies, right? The traditional local therapies are the surgery and the radiation, and we've taken patients who aren't responding, and with our treatment, we see that they all respond differently. And so
we're going to move the stop again. We're going to move it the other way this time.
Rafi Levy joining us. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Brandon Marshall here, aka B-Baby, the host of I Am Athlete Podcast. I Am Athlete Podcast tackles important and controversial topics around sports, culture, health, food, fashion, society, and so much more with your favorite artists and your favorite athletes. Why people are engaging with what we're doing is because people walk away learning something. New episodes premiere every Monday at 12 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you tap in. Listen to the I Am Athlete Podcast on the SXM app, free for most subscribers.
Want to be your own boss in the fast-growing $20 billion tutoring industry? Want to help kids? Then become a Huntington Learning Center franchisee. As a Huntington Learning Center franchisee, you join the nation's #1 K-12 tutoring and test prep provider with a proven system that works. The Huntington Advantage includes low startup expenses and an award-winning team dedicated to your success. No education experience needed. In today's environment, the need for tutoring has never been greater. Take the next step. Learn how you can join Huntington and have a lucrative and rewarding future. Call Huntington today at 1-800-653-8400 or visit huntingtonfranchise.com. Again, call 1-800-653-8400 or visit huntingtonfranchise.com. Call Huntington today at 1-800-653-8400.
Regulated activities performed by a licensed affiliate. Did you know you can sell your life insurance policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment? Call Coventry Direct at 1-800-993-6700 or visit CoventryDirect.com to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. And that got me thinking, maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
So I did some research and called Coventry Direct.
We learned we could sell all of our policy and keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you're $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Call Coventry Direct at 1-800-993-6700
All you got to do now is hit them.
or visit CoventryDirect.com. That's CoventryDirect.com.
That'd bring us to break even if I win all three of these targets.
Coventry Direct, redefining insurance. Investors, planning to diversify? Why not balance your portfolio with real estate? NRIA develops in supply-constrained, high-demand prime locations. Join an industry leader with over 15 years of experience. Participate in our latest real estate offering where we target competitive returns for investors. Start your due diligence at NRIA.net or call 800-800-1414. That's 800-800-1414.
An offer of securities is only made by the NRIA Private Placement Memorandum. Read it first. Past performance does not guarantee future results. NRIA is a real estate development firm. Learn more at NRIA.net.
Good thing it's play money. We're going to refine this strategy and get it to work. I hope. The strategy part's looking pretty good. My execution of it, Quit changing my mind. You know what they say, your first guess is usually the correct one? I keep proving that to be right. Stop second guessing myself. So, 7 o'clock. Let's see here. There we are. That's what I was looking for. Bloomberg.
Over antitrust concerns. Tech is right now putting some pressure on the broader averages as futures have turned negative. Dow Industrials struggling to hold on to a gain this morning as we have seen selling reverse earlier gains. The Dow Industrials now up 9 points, the S&P 500 down 5, and the Nasdaq lower by 29. Big tech helping drag the Nasdaq into negative territory yesterday, while the Dow Industrials managed to snap a 2-day losing streak, eking out a fractional win. The Dow was up 1 point, but the Nasdaq was lower by 82, and the S&P 500 down 16. We are getting a full scope on inflation this week. We will get the January CPI out on Thursday. We are expecting CPI to show a gain of inflation of 7.3% year over year. That certainly will be a market mover. We're also watching earnings this morning. Pfizer posted mixed earnings last hour. The stock this morning is lower. It did raise its revenue guidance for the year, but the revenue for the quarter was a miss. This week, we will also hear from Disney, CVS, Coca-Cola, and Twitter. European markets this morning are mixed. Take a look at the Eurozone, where we are seeing some selling here as well. FT 100 up about 4 points. The CAC Comp is up 13, but the DAX index is lower by 15. In Asia overnight, markets finished mostly higher. Hong Kong was up. Hong Kong was down better than 1%. The other averages fractionally moving. And Joe Rogan, ready to rumble? On the alt-tech site offering the podcaster $100 million to jump ship from Spotify and sign a new 4-year contract. I'll be speaking with President Trump in the next hour. We will get his thoughts on this and social media, along with China, Germany, Russia, a whole lot more coming up with President Donald Trump right here, live. Mornings with Maria is live right now. Now, some of the top stories that we are watching this morning. President Biden warning that all Americans should leave Ukraine as he threatens to suspend the Nord Stream 2 pipeline if Russia invades Ukraine.
If Russia invades, there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
How will you do that, since the project and control of the project is within Germany's control?
We will, I promise you, we'll be able to do it.
Well, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz did not comment on the pipeline. As you just heard, General Jack Keane, the two are not united in any way. The chairman in Germany instead reaffirmed Germany and America's united front against Russian aggression, but would not discuss the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. The White House clashing with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi over American athletes protesting mistreatment and human rights violations.
What was that? Charter MES levels. Reversal up.
And that is the case in Beijing at the Olympics. It is the case anywhere. They will make those choices as individuals. We certainly support the right to peaceful protest.
Okay, well, hope you're right. Because that's the direction I'm predicting.
Last week, Pelosi warned American athletes not to risk angering the Chinese Communist Party, which she said was, quote, ruthless. Time for the word on Wall Street. Top investors watching new money. Joining me right now is the University of Akron Endowment Fund Chairman Dennis Gartman, Morgan Stanley Wealth Management Senior Vice President of Investments Jim LaCamp, and SIT Investment Associates Senior Vice President and Senior Portfolio Manager Bryce Doty. Great to see everybody this morning, gentlemen. Good to have you. Thanks very much for being here. Bryce, kicking things off with you.
Need to move our Globex low point here, don't we?
This morning, drug maker Pfizer just reported earnings moments ago. It missed on revenue. The stock is down this morning. Peloton is going to
no one is really terribly surprised. NVIDIA stock was down just a tad this morning on the news, and I think it's detrimental to SoftBank. NVIDIA has to walk away having paid $1.25 billion in a prepayment for it. They've lost that money, and SoftBank is calling that a profit. I find that a bit amusing. We'll see if what the value that SoftBank can get for ARM. The fact that they think they can get $80 billion is almost comically laughable. The original intent was to sell it for $40 billion. Yes, they're going to take it public, but they're taking it public in a very difficult period of time, with the Fed and the monetary authorities around the world beginning to tighten monetary policy almost everywhere. So this is I think, a detrimental surprise to SoftBank. But anybody who's been watching this is not terribly surprised by what has happened, because several governments have been opposed to it along the way.
Well, look, NVIDIA has been a stock to own in the last couple of years. I know you've been expecting a sell-off in stocks, Dennis.
Yes.
Is there any reason to believe that the Fed backs off on these rate hikes and the volatility goes away? What's your take in terms of where we are right now, state of affairs in investing in equities?
I've been at this for 40 years, and I can remember trading Fed funds when Fed funds were capable of moving 50 and 100 basis points and tightening moves back in the 70s and 80s. I still think that the Fed's going to tighten through the course of the year, at least 5 times, maybe 6 times, and at least once of those times we're going to see an increase of 50 basis points in the overnight Fed funds rate. So I think that the numbers coming out, especially for inflation, are going to be detrimental to any attempt on the part of the Fed to be anything other than tightening. So this is going to be that is difficult. That's a tough mountain for the stock market climb over the course of the next year. So, as I've said for a while, I think the bear market started in late last year. Be careful out there.
Yeah, look at the 10-year right now, Jim. 1.94% on yields as they move up. I want to talk to you about yields today from your standpoint, Jim LeCamp. But I also want to tell you about this breaking news from China. Chinese state-backed funds today intervening in the stock market, helping the Chinese stock market bounce back from the recent intraday drop last year in August. Your thoughts when you've got money coming from the state to support the market in China, does that create some stability for the global situation?
Possibly, but only in the very short term. And everybody's wondering where the Federal Reserve cut will be. And the Federal Reserve over the last 15 years has shown that it has very little interest in allowing stocks to sell off very much. They have signaled this time they are willing to let the market go down. We think that's around 4,000, and the Fed put starts materializing, 4,000 on the S&P 500. The problem here, and you mentioned rates, the problem here is what the Federal Reserve Board is trying to do is not slow down an overheating economy. They're trying to deal with inflation. But inflation is already taking money out of people's pockets, particularly high energy prices and high rents. So it's very difficult for the Fed to continue to raise rates, in my view, when the consumer savings have plummeted, consumer spending has already started to drop. The Atlanta Fed says GDP in the first quarter is only going to be about 1%. So you're going to hike into this environment. I think where we end up this year, Maria, is the Fed doesn't hike as much as everybody thinks they're going to hike. I think 2 or 3 times, and they start to see the wreckage on the economy from high inflation, and they start backing off. Particularly if the equity markets start screaming it. I think the equity markets look very, very troubled here. The NASDAQ and the S&P below the 200-day moving average this morning. The Russell 2000 really getting hit here. So the internals of the market already don't look good. And if the Fed gets overly aggressive and continues to signal that they're going to be overly aggressive into an economy that's decelerating, it's going to be a real problem. I think investors need to be real careful in here.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the debate that I was referring to earlier. Stephanie Pomboy said the same thing, Jim. That Fed's not going to be able to pull off any rate hikes because the market is going to get disrupted. Larry Lindsay is where you are, saying maybe 2 rate hikes, but then the Fed will have to get out of the way. You just mentioned the Atlanta Federal Reserve. I think the Atlanta Fed is expecting 0.1% growth in the first quarter. So, yeah, that's not too high in terms of growth. Is there anywhere to hide, Jim? If you see a disruption in the market, are you
prices in here. Commodities are doing very well in here, particularly commodities that are tied to the economy like copper, and particularly energy. I mean, look, with all the steps that have been taken to hamper capital expenditures in the energy industry, you're just not seeing a supply response to higher energy prices that we've seen in the past. And usually these things end with the futures exploding higher. So I think we could see energy go north of $130 a barrel, and that's a good place for investors to seek some refuge, but they need to be careful about being too aggressive. Let the market settle down. If we get around 4,000, where we think the Fed put will probably be, then you can start nibbling.
Yeah, I think Dennis agrees with you on all of that. Gentlemen, it's great to see you this morning. Thanks very much. We'll be watching all of that. Dennis Garman, Jim LeCamp, and Bryce Judy. Thanks, gentlemen. Have a good Tuesday. Quick break and then much more ahead. Coming up, President Trump will join me in the next hour. Join us for 45 and his views on the state of the economy, China, and a lot more. Don't miss that. Coming up in about an hour's time. And then we're watching the Russia-Ukraine standoff. How rising tensions between the two are testing the Biden administration and also sending a message to China. We're on it next.
Tom Brady speaks for the first time since announcing his retirement on Let's Go. Hall of Fame sports broadcaster Jim Gray goes one-on-one with the all-time great to discover what led to his decision to call it a career after 22 seasons.
You always liked Michael Jordan. He came back.
I'm just going to take things as they come. You never say never. It's as honest as I can be with you.
We'll find out what's next for TV12. It's all on Let's Go with Tom Brady, Larry Fitzgerald, and Jim Gray. Listen right now on the SXM app. Free for most subscribers.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/news. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of pay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/news. That's ZipRecruiter.com/news. ZipRecruiter.com/news.
Woohoo! 300 Shopify sales! How? Where are you selling 300 pairs of tap shoes, Mom? With our Shopify store, we can connect and sell everywhere. Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, you name it. You did all that. Yes, I customized our store exactly the way I wanted, and it was so easy.
We were headed in the right direction, and all of a sudden we get this huge candle here.
Shopify. Shopify makes it easy to integrate with the biggest online marketplaces and social media channels, reaching customers where they're already shopping. No coding or design experience required. Find customers with tools that help drive sales. Gain knowledge through extensive resources and 24/7 support. The all-in-one commerce platform designed to take you from first sale to full scale. Shopify powers millions of businesses around the world.
And it would have taken out that $25 stop, definitely.
Powered by Shopify. Go to Shopify.com/FoxBusiness for a free 14-day trial. Start selling on Shopify today. Go to Shopify.com/FoxBusiness right now. Shopify.com/FoxBusiness.
All around the world, tech companies are innovating and driving returns for investors. At our
All I can do is watch at this point. I'm not moving that stop again.
Those with the greatest growth potential, then bring them to you. We offer investments
At least that's what I'm telling myself.
and industries, from personalized medicine to cybersecurity to proton therapy, a $20 billion total addressable market. Now you can invest in HIL Applied Medical, who's using Nobel Prize-winning technology to bring the most advanced radiotherapy treatment to cancer patients. HIL's world-first laser-based system has earned them an agreement with Proton International, the largest proton therapy operator in the U.S. and Europe. Invest today at our crowd. Enterprise accredited investors have already invested over $1 billion in growing tech companies. Join the fastest.
I got more damn alarms going off every day.
Ourcrowd.com/FoxBusiness.
Individual results may vary. There's no guarantee that past performance will be indicative of future results. Invest wisely.
Wherever you are,
whenever you want it. Fox News Digital is the world according to Fox. The top headlines other sites won't touch. Unmatched coverage you won't get anywhere else. And the stories that keep America clicking. No one does it like FoxNews.com. Plus, download the Fox News app to get breaking news, alerts, and all your favorite shows on the go. And if you can't watch, listen.
You've been listening to the Trey Dowdy Podcast.
I'm right there.
I'm Dana Farina, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Fox News Digital, the world according to Fox.
Crime is spiking across the country, particularly in New York, and Governor Kathy Hochul says there's no evidence that the state's soft-on-crime bail reform is to blame. Hochul says, quote, I'm looking for the data that shows me that bail reform is the reason that somehow crime is going up. So, Dana, you got Kamala Harris looking for the root causes of too many people breaching our border. You got Kathy Hochul looking for data that will prove that having criminals go get processed for 10 minutes and then putting them back on the streets has anything to do with the spike in crime and the fact that we've got murder at 25-year highs. Your thoughts? It's not exactly reassuring to know that the governor of New York doesn't read a newspaper or doesn't listen to the families of victims or the victims themselves who have been, say, small businesses who are robbed repeatedly by people who are right back out on the streets because of the revolving door that is bail reform. Judges have little to no discretion in setting bail for offenders if it's a nonviolent felony or a misdemeanor. And all you need to do is go through some of the criminals who've been picked up. There was a shoplifter, a serial shoplifter, who was arrested 50 times last year, but kept getting dumped back out on the street. Burglars, people who molest children. It was astonishing that she would make this comment. But the people of New York are angry enough about what is skyrocketing crime. I'm going through the year-to-date statistics just for the New York City Police Department. Every single crime on the list other than murder is up almost double digits so far this year compared to last year. Rape, double-digit increase. Robbery, felony assault, burglary, grand larceny. Grand theft auto has almost doubled year-to-date. The transit crimes are up 75%. Shooting victims. Where do you think these criminals are coming from? They get picked up and what if they kill somebody? And that's what we heard from Alvin Bragg, the district attorney in Manhattan. You gotta kill somebody for us to send you to jail. That's where we are in this left-wing universe. Yeah, and Adam, the spike in crime happened after the bail reform took place, after they emptied out all of the prisons because they wanted to lower capacity for prisons, and they are continuing to shut down prisons. So for her to say she's looking for the data, what more data do you think she can find?
Well, it's incredibly disingenuous, Maria. And then there's, the DA here in Manhattan who has vocally said that he will not pursue quote-unquote petty crimes. In other words, if you steal up to $500 worth of merchandise from the CVS, you're not going to be arrested. You're not going to be sent to jail. What? I guess that's just okay. I mean, it's about fantasy versus reality. You have elected officials who we're trusting to look out for us, and then all the rest of us who are hardworking, just trying to provide for our families. And Maria, all you have to do is look what happened 2 weeks ago here in New York City. That funeral for the 2 slain officers, where tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people came to the street and said, no, we're not going to stand for this anymore.
Yeah, no, I loved seeing all the NYPD hats honoring the officers. And it was an incredible sight. If Governor Hochul could actually
Down again. Down $100.
Pushed an Asian NYPD officer onto the train tracks at a Queens subway.
You better turn around.
And he was put right back out on the street. The judge couldn't do anything about it. So she believes that back in the blue, then she'll also back bail for people who are in danger. Yeah, we'll be right back.
Regulated activities performed by a licensed affiliate. Did you know you can sell your life insurance 993-6700. Or visit CoventryDirect.com to learn
In my
more.
back testing, I did see this problem every now and then.
realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
But,
Our friend sold their policy to help pay
yeah.
their medical bills. And that got me thinking, maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
So I did some research and called Coventry
Sometimes
We learned we could sell all of our
it
policy
just wants to,
keep part of it with no future
even though we're
payments. Who knew?
2.5
We sold our
standard
policy.
deviations
Now
out,
we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
it wants to run
If you
down.
have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Call Coventry Direct at 1-800-993-6700.
Could happen in the other direction too.
Or visit
Could happen up here.
CoventryDirect.com. That's CoventryDirect.com.
How do I predict that?
993-6700. Coventry
I don't know.
Direct, redefining insurance.
Of course, what I'm trying to do here goes against common theories that I keep reading about how you cannot pick tops and bottoms, and that's kind of what I'm trying to do here. Pick the pivot point ahead of time and get in. Because these entries, time and time again, are too late. And even though when you look at it in history, it looks like, oh yeah, I could have got in here and run up to here. By the time you get the signal and you actually get in, and then it runs, yeah, lots of false starts, and they can eat your account.
That's 20% off at Grammarly.com/SXF. Grammarly.com/SXF.
Hello, you've reached Monte Rosa's. Our team is busy at the moment. Please leave a message.
And yet everybody touting all these different systems and strategies, they're all claiming they're making tons of money.
Crazies doing the same thing over
I don't know.
and expecting different results. Let your customers and prospects
You never
know
see it
your
live.
business by giving them the attention
At least
they
not
need to feel good
like
about
these
doing
guys.
business with you.
Not these guys.
Aligned
These
percentage
guys.
of your business calls
Before.
can affect your profits by as
Which,
much as
I mean, I don't have any reason to think they're dishonest or anything, but I got to admit,
Abby Connect receptionist
as many times as they've been asked to do this live, they shy away from it.
important first impression. Get a 14-day free trial with no setup fees, no purchase necessary, and no credit card.
The bullish bears, they run live trade rooms, so, and they show losses as well as gains, but even trying to follow them is not easy. You got to do it on your own. You can't shadow trade somebody. You got to find a system that works for you. That's what I'm doing here, trying to find a system that works for me.
And now the cup phone keeps your hands safely on the wheel while your phone is secured in virtually any size cup holder. Find everything at WeatherTech.com.
Make a set of rules and stick to them. That's the hard part, sticking to them, at least for me. Keep changing my mind.
How will you do that? Exactly. Since the project and control of the project is within Germany's control.
I promise you we'll be able to do it.
All right, we got more promises here from President Biden after meeting with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz yesterday. Both announced a united approach against Russian aggression toward Ukraine, but Scholz never actually mentioned that the Nord Stream 2 pipeline would or could be halted. Joining me right now is New York Congressman and House Homeland Security Committee ranking member John Katko. Congressman, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. What are your thoughts on how this standoff plays out? We just had General Jack Keane on the show, and he said that no, Germany and the U.S. are not united on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Do you think President Biden can do what he's actually promising to shut down Nord Stream should Russia invade Ukraine?
Well, Germany and the United States were united on the Nord Stream pipeline issue. The German Chancellor had an opportunity to say that yesterday with the President, and he didn't. And that speaks volumes for
Afghanistan to the Taliban. He's trying to give Ukraine to Russia, and he's on the way to giving Taiwan to the Chinese Communists.
So, do you see it that way, Congressman, that Putin is trying to recreate the Soviet Union? What are the implications for America?
Oh, even if he's thinking about it, that means we're not projecting strength. Because if we don't have the deterrence for Europe, and we're not united with Western Europe, we're not united with our allies, and we're not projecting the strength from the United States, he may do think that. And that's a problem for us. So I agree with his fundamental premise that this is what Putin is probably thinking of. And we are empowering him by showing weakness. And make no mistake about it. Think about the Iran nuclear deal when Biden was a point person for that. They were basically begging Iran to come into the deal. And then they give them $150 billion in assets, some of which is shipped over on pallets of money to Iran, the largest sponsor of state terrorism. That was a signal then, and it's a signal now that he's weak on foreign policy, and he thinks he can give everybody a hug and everything's going to be okay. Well, that's not how it works in the world. Strength begets strength. I knew that from when I was a prosecutor.
I'm glad you mentioned Iran because in its moving markets today, you say that he wanted to do a deal. Well, now there are rumors in the market that the resumption of an Iranian nuclear deal is going to happen and it could be imminent. What can you tell us about that? And then I got to get your take as the representative in New York. What the wide open border has meant to New York.
First, with respect to the Iran nuclear deal, it sounds like they're bending over backwards for the largest sponsor of state terrorism in the world, Iran. Basically begging them to get back into the nuclear deal. That is not strength. And that is, bad guys see that. What do you think Xi is thinking right now when he's trying to decide whether he's going to have the guts to go in and invade Taiwan? He's looking at us saying, well, we don't have to worry about the U.S. because they're not going to do anything. And that's a real concern. Now, with respect to New York, we're very concerned about what's going on in New York, and when they deal with that issue going forward as well. And especially with respect to blacks. I mean, if you look at the fentanyl issue, it's killing our kids. And what's coming across the border makes every city and every town a border town because of what's going on at the border.
Yeah, how come we haven't heard President Biden mention fentanyl once?
Because what's his answer to it? Fentanyl seizures are up dramatically. We've had close to enough seizures, which means there's that much more than that. Enough seizures of fentanyl.
Yeah.
Kill every man, woman, and child in the United States 7 times over. What's he going to say? It's the first time in our nation's history where more than 100,000 people have died of drug overdoses, and they got laid that issue right at his feet because he's letting those drugs pour across the border.
Yeah, fentanyl now the number one killer of 18 to 45-year-olds. Just extraordinary. Thanks very much for joining us this morning, John Capco in D.C. We'll keep following all of that. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Becoming a world-class athlete is rare. Winning a medal at the Olympics, even more so.
Serious XM and his whole podcast, including The Podium.
The Olympics conjure the image of an athlete's individual effort.
The Podium brings you inside the stories and the events of the Olympic Winter Games in Beijing.
Look at that. Didn't get stopped out. Almost back to profit. Yeah. There may be hope yet.
Sponsored by OpenJar Concepts. Consult your physician prior to discontinuing use of any medication. Attention. This is an important message to anyone who has been diagnosed with cancer after prolonged use of Zantac or other heartburn medication. Recently, the FDA has warned that Zantac and other medications containing the heartburn drug ranitidine may be contaminated.
Recording in progress.
But they use that power hour for a lot of different things. It's a good habit to get into just to not trade in that area and instead use it to maybe exit the area. I know these moves look really profitable, but they're also really dangerous. Just kind of got to ask, is it worth the risk? All right, we got the same pattern, same setup on the NASDAQ, except we've already broke that low. So if we don't get back above it within the next 1 or 2 candles, it's very likely we're going to continue that downward move. There's 2 pivot points, the intraday low of Friday, and then just Friday's low, which happens to cover that Globex as well. My money would be on the lower one. If we do start breaking south, then that would be the target. There is a rounding in between both of those, but I don't think it's got enough to hold it. A positive move, on the other hand, bringing us back up through our own Globex high, would have us re-challenge these pivot points from yesterday and perhaps adjust the top of this box. I find that to be a very unlikely situation unless some kind of news comes out that changes the game. More than likely, we're going to hold the range in between Friday's low and Monday and Friday's high. Right? That would be the most likely scenario, is that we just sit here holding, because we still got a lot of economics on the table for the week. And yeah, they're still trying to price this in. So that would be the most likely scenario. All right, so you can see the dollar is starting to move around a little bit. Yesterday it stayed pretty well contained and it started making some big moves in the overnight hours. Then that got shut down and it's back inside that range. So we want to keep our eye on the dollar and see if it's going to make it back out of this range. Try to look around for any kind of news on the dollar that you have some validity to. For an example, going to TD Ameritrade's website, reading any publications on the ticker tape about the dollar, or Bloomberg, Wall Street Journal, any place that will define what's happening in the dollar right now. It would give you a much better perspective of what to expect out of the dollar and then what to expect out of the market. The bonds did really good yesterday, but this move late last night kind of starts to shake things loose. This is kind of why it matters. We start to go out to the higher time frame. This is a critical level, and we broke it the other day. So between Friday and yesterday was supposed to be the recovery day to bring us back inside the box. No recovery day. We're still continuing that move to the downside. That was the 10-year. This is the 30. This is the one that I normally watch. And we're breaking that level today, right now. We don't have candle close yet because the day's still open. But we're right there on the cusp of something getting really, really bad, right? So keep your eye on the bonds today, guys. If we break this low in the intraday, it's bad enough that we broke through this thing in the overnight hours, but if we break that Globex low in the intraday today, we're going to see a market really start to get violent. You ain't seen nothing yet, right? How's that for a phrase? Hold my beer and watch this. That's what the market's going to say. We break that low. The Russell and the Dow are decoupled from the S&P and the NASDAQ this morning. You see these two very similar patterns and these two very similar patterns. Think about what they represent when you're going in and looking at these markets. Think of the Dow like your blue chip, mega cap, gold star, gold ribbon companies, blue ribbons. And the Russell is small caps, right? You kind of put them in those two contexts. S&P like a general marketplace, and the NASDAQ with the tech marketplace. When you put them in that perspective, they have a little more connotation to what it is that you're looking at on the day, what the expectations are, and why these may be moving similarly. The dollar and the VIX are still disconnected, which is good. That means we're not seeing global risk piling into the dollar. Keep your eye for any kind of synchronization between these two. We don't want their charts to start to look similar, to show similar patterns, similar setups, similar breaks. The other day we were seeing the dollar and the bonds moving in the same direction. It is possible. It's just not normal, right? So we want to recognize when we have those unnormal or unusual situations Tasty Trades did a lot of research and has, oh man, a number of videos that go into the research they did between the bonds and what they just called stocks and bonds, right? They didn't say the ES versus the 30-year, but they just made the videos with titles like stocks versus bonds or correlation of stocks and bonds. If you were to go to YouTube and watch those videos, you'd have a much better understanding of the nature and the relationship of these two products and kind of what it means when they start to sync up together. Got an email yesterday from TrendSpider with, maybe it come faster than yesterday, but I saw it yesterday, about a new tool they added to the TrendSpider. Now, I've had TrendSpider for a couple of years, and they've continued to improve it, which I think is cool. But this is kind of a game changer, especially if you've been spending money on things like Cheddar Flow and black box stocks. They have unusual options activity built into this. No coding required. I totally love that. So it already has the pre-built settings. It's looking for BB and AA, and anybody who's been a coaching client of mine knows what that is. Hitting above the bid, or above the ask, below the bid, with size. So it already has size put in it, right? It has everything pre-configured, ready to go. And from what I heard, I haven't been able to go in and use it yet because the market's not open yet, that you can adjust your expiration dates. This is really great because if we're looking for aggressive, short duration, big traders, they're not going to go out January 2024, right? I don't need to see options from next year. I want to see options in the next 5 series, right? The next 5 weeks or even less. I don't need strikes that are all the way out of the money in those really, really low sections that those just aren't worth looking at, right? Those aren't the ones that the institutions are going to hammer down on. So you can adjust your strikes, weed out what you don't want to see, adjust your dates, weed out what you don't want to see. This is kind of a game changer, and it may be a reason for me to start looking a little bit more at TrendSpider during the day. I did post a video on this. It's in the large caps channel of the Bullish Bears Discord. So you could take a picture of the YouTube video that they made. I think it's like 13 minutes long that goes into that. Pretty good deal. So I don't know. We're going to dig a little deeper into that. See what we can do with it. Probably tomorrow. I got a pretty full day today. But I think that's a game changer. All right, the sectors this morning, you see we got a lot of them in red. USO, XOP, silver, cloud computing, energy, and just like yesterday, I mean, energy was a great play yesterday. Yesterday, energy started off down and came back with a vengeance. Some great opportunities. So, don't rule it out. Looking at things that are up, not a whole lot, right? Finance is moving around a little bit. So when we talk finance or energy or pick your sector, there's always subsectors that really matter, right? So you want to break it down and look at it on a different scale, not just the finance is moving. What kind of finance? Diversified banks, consumer finance, asset management. What kind of finance is moving? It's the same thing with energy or technology, healthcare. Everything can be broken down into a smaller subsection to get a better idea of what's making moves on the day, right? And these pre-market morning briefings are kind of designed to get us pointed in the right direction of what should we be looking at this morning. We don't want a watch list going into the open of like 15, 20 names. It's just too many names, right? Unless you're running like an alpha protocol, then you're just not going to want to do that, right? And we're definitely not in a market to be running any kind of protocol plays like that. So those don't fit. You want to go in and be really selective on the names that you have on the list. Think of it like a big funnel. And, you start out with like 100 names. You funnel those names down to 3 or 4 really good names as you come into the open. Right? And then after 10, 15, 10, 20, you go back and reset the process and look for the afternoon plays. Because once we come on the other side of that lunch, it's going to be like having a whole new day to start all over again. And you want to go into the afternoon with yet again another 2 or 3, maybe 4 names on watch. So on days like this where we can't use the sectors, they're not really providing us any guidance on names that we might want to focus on. Then we got to go in and start using our own scanners and be more specific as stock selectors. And the way I do that is just run it through liquidity first. These are the most heavily traded options companies for January. I get this from the CBOE, weed it down to around 100 names or so. And then from that, looking to see, well, what is up this morning and by how much? My criteria to be, quote, up this morning is at least 0.5%. Not very many names in there, and they're almost all finance. Right? So if we get finance out of the way, then there's really nothing else in there. When we look at it from that point of view, we want to be able to ask the question, how many names are up this morning versus how many names are down this morning, and by how much? We're in this, quote, sideways market this morning, this wait and see marketplace. So is it really a wait and see market, or are we tilting in one direction already? So here's the S&P, 0.5%. There's hardly any names in this list. We come in and ask, well, how many are down 0.5%? 15 names. So it's still not a whole lot of names, but a lot more than are up 0.5% this morning. All right, and we want to look at the names that are in this list, not just, oh, there's 15 names. What do they represent? Chip, energy, finance, technology, and then kind of follow that back to look for our opportunity. Between finance and energy, I really don't think I'm going to have any more room left to have anything else to pay attention to. Those two are going to be my number one focus today. For finance, it's going to see if this can continue the rally, or if it's just going to dump and flip over. That'll be a nice play to kind of finish the week. And then for energy, to see if we can come up off of these lows again. So this is the S&P 500. We don't want 500 names. We want to get that down to around 100 names. It's kind of hard to hit, so 90 is close enough. Pre-market change percent. We've got a lot of gray, and that's because this map doesn't respond to color until we've gone at least 0.5%. So you can see that Visa's down 0.4%, but that's not enough to make the color change. Well, it's an easy fix. Just hit the button here, change your multiplier to a decimal point, and now it'll start responding quicker to a market change. It's just a visual, right? It doesn't change the names that we see, just how we see them. So, finance is kind of sticking out really good, and that's really, transportation is not far behind it, and some consumer names, right? That's a small list. So we take it over and look at the same thing on the NASDAQ. Now the NASDAQ 100 doesn't need a filter. It's already 100 names. Just swap it over to pre-market change, adjust the color scheme to respond sooner, and there's the NASDAQ in all of its glory. Maybe a little bit of retail trade, and that's one tiny little portion of the NASDAQ. Certainly not enough to get us there, right? And that's it, guys. You're gonna have to run your scanners. That high-low graph is what I've been using on the intraday no adjustments required. I did a video explaining how to set that thing up. I bumped mine back from a 90 to an 80. That way the names that show up in that list aren't already pegging out at a 90%, right? If we're trying to find names on that list that are like, breaking to new highs on the day, breaking an intraday range, I want to catch them before they make the break, right? So I want to catch them before they're hitting 90. I want them in the 80s. It does make the list a little bit longer, but if you've been using that high-low list for a while now, you'll notice that some of the names on that list are on there all day long. So you just kind of visually weed those out, right? You're looking for like new names to show up on the list. I don't know. Most of the time I don't just adjust it, just leave it the way it is, but I've been running it on that 80 and I really seem to like it. So, if it's a day like this and we can't lean on the sectors, we got to be stock pickers. Once the day is open and you've gone through your morning with the 3 or 4 names off the list, then that can be your backup for finding new names to trade. All right, guys, be careful, be safe, and I will see you all tomorrow.
Okay. I didn't interrupt him, but that was Signet from Bullish Bears I was watching and listening to, doing his morning brief. So, back over here and going sideways. Still in a loss. Well, according to B4, we got a squeeze going on here. It's building to do something. I don't know which. It could go either way, I guess. We'll see. I wish it would hurry up and make up its mind. Oh, look at that. Maybe it's starting to move in the right direction. Could be another fake out though.
intentional. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. That's a great point. We don't know how that happened, where all of that tax data was released, Adam.
Look, this whole thing is such a mess. I mean, think about it. I can show up and vote and just say, hi, my name's Adam. Actually, that's where I should have to show my face and be proven who I am. But the notion that to pay your taxes, now you don't need your face, I don't know. I'm so confused, Maria. Why can't they just get it right? Let's admit who we are. Let's do it in a responsible way. I'll show my fingerprints, I'll show my face, and I'll pay you what I owe you.
Yeah, I mean, federal authorities said that they were going to investigate the ProPublica release of tax information, but we still haven't seen any investigation. Dig in and Adam, stay right there. The next hour of Mornings with Maria begins right now. Tuesday morning, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Maria Bartiromo, and it is Tuesday, February 8th. Your top stories right now, 8 a.m. on the East Coast. The masks are coming off in some states. New Jersey, Connecticut, California, all easing mask mandates in those states. Some only for school children. Others holding that off. But the White House is still not ready to unmask, and the White House is going against blue states. Plus, the deal is off. NVIDIA and Japan SoftBank scrapping their $66 billion deal for NVIDIA to acquire chip designer ARM Holdings over antitrust concerns. The deal was valued at $40 billion, but it was cash in stock, and as NVIDIA shares have climbed...
Yep, I said I wasn't going to change my mind, didn't I? Well, all I did was move one of the profit targets from up here down to here. So we'll hit two contracts, which is, it's the same amount of money. So why wait? Let's take it now, and then we'll let the runner run. That's a better idea. Instead of doing three positions, let's just do... Let's do two. Hopefully it gets up there.
We are waiting on inflation data later on in the week. January, the consumer price index will hit the tape on Thursday. Expectations call for 7.3% increase year over year in the CPI. Earnings this week include Pfizer. It posted mixed results earlier. It did raise its full-year guidance for revenue for 2022. Pfizer shares this morning are lower by better than 4%. We will also hear from Disney, CBS, Coca-Cola, and Twitter in terms of quarterly earnings later on in the week. Let's check European markets this morning, a mix showing there as well. With the FT100 right now higher by 16, as is the CAC Comp, but the DAX index in Germany is lower by 12.25. In Asia overnight, markets finished mostly higher. Hong Kong was down better than 1%. The others were fractionally moving. Don't miss President Donald Trump joining me in about 30 minutes' time. 45 will be here to talk about China, Russia, the economy, and the Canadian Freedom Convoy. The truckers being railroaded by big tech. Mornings with Maria is live right now.
3-minute chart over here.
And in morning movers this morning, Peloton, the story of the morning. The stock is down sharply this morning. CEO John Foley announcing he will step down and become the company's executive chairman. Foley will be replaced by the former CFO of Spotify, Barry McCarthy, to take the wheel at Peloton. The company also announcing this morning that it will cut 2,800 jobs and it will wind down the development of a $400 million factory it was building in Ohio.
One buy signal.
Has been the subject of a potential bidding war. Nike and Amazon eyeing Peloton.
Another buy signal.
We'll see if these moves that we're hearing about this morning are
looking good.
Pushed by activist investors.
Looking good. And boom.
Order filled.
We just hit the two. Okay.
On revenue, but being on the profit line, the stock is down better than 4%. It is seeing expected sales of the COVID-19 vaccine.
That was a good idea to move that contract.
That was below analyst expectations.
So now we got one more.
$7 billion. The company continues to report
our so-called runner, and it's up here at 44.84.50, which is
the indirect talks between the U.S. and Iran. The talks could revive an international nuclear agreement, which would return more than 1 million barrels a day to the Iranian oil to the market. Market. We heard Jack Keane earlier talk about the Iran discussions. Crude oil now at $89.63 a barrel. Joining me right now is Fairlead Strategies founder and managing partner Katie Stockton. Also joining the conversation all morning long this morning is Dagan McDowell and Adam Johnson. Great to see everybody. And Katie, thanks for weighing in this morning. I want to get your take on what's working. I think oil
So that's the
and
next
energy have
target
been working for investors.
for now.
What do those charts look like?
I may
And
move
where do
that.
you see market leadership right now?
And our stops should have moved too here. Where did our stop go to?
Crude oil
Okay.
prices, as you know, have been
So
really
this is a
on tear
no,
recently.
can't lose
I don't
trade
think I
now
would have thought that they'd be sitting here close
because
to
our
$9
stop is
per
above
barrel. The
what our
momentum
purchase
still
point
is
was,
there
and it's
behind
far
that.
enough that
There
it
are
covers the
very
commission
minor
too. So,
signs of short-term upside
so it's a
exhaustion.
win-win situation
If
no
there's
matter
any
what
reason
happens
to be
at this
nervous,
point.
I don't think it's about the setup in
This is
charts from a
the
bottom
gravy
perspective,
part of the
but
trade,
rather
the icing on the
sort of
cake.
top-down views,
If we can
because
get up
the
there,
market has really lost
that's the extra.
long-term momentum.
That's
So
what we're looking
with
for.
January's corrective phase behind the major indices, S&P 500, NASDAQ 100, we saw some real deterioration in our longer-term measures.
84.50.
They have downturns that we haven't seen in years. So to
The
me, that means
B4
that we're
buy
probably
levels
getting into more of a range-bound, highly
on
volatile
Think or
type of
Swim.
environment for this year. And that
The next
will
one
leave
up
the
is
energy
R2,
sector
and it's
sort
at
of not
it's at
unturned
79
by the
actually,
reset
so
at
we're
a certain
slightly
point. So I'd be
above their
somewhat nimble
prediction.
in these positions. But for now,
Then we
they
got
still
the
do have
market maker
momentum.
move at 81.
Yeah, I'm with Adam
We're
Johnson this morning, Katie.
slightly above
Adam,
that.
do you hold energy? Tell me about your allocating of capital. What's your question for
Yeah,
Katie?
wait and see here.
Well, we certainly had some energy in the American Ingenuity portfolio, Maria. I think you have to be there. There's so much ingenuity that's happening in the oil patch. And Katie, my question for you is, as oil approaches $100, and now Goldman's saying it could go north of 100, you look at some of the oil services names like a Halliburton trading in the low 30s, and yet, 5-6 years ago, that was up around $70. Can names like that actually double from here?
I think over time they certainly can. I don't think it's a this year development probably based on the way things set up, but I do think that most of these energy names have turned the corner from a long-term perspective. That started happening, of course, last year when the energy sector was really the top performing sector in the S&P 500.
Wish I could read price
So you can
action
see that
candle to
long-term
candle,
momentum
but
shift that should carry
I'm
them
not
higher
very good at that.
over the long term. But as mentioned, I do think that they'll be challenged by the
My
influences
VWAP
from the broader
strategy
market this
here,
year. We're likening the current
it
environment
really
to
does
that
seem to be working.
2018 from a volatility
So
perspective,
far,
and
so
that, of
good.
course, won't, it'll affect everything, right? It'll
Had I
affect all
stuck to
risk
my
assets,
guns,
and
we'd
that
have had a
probably
really nice
includes
winning
to some
trade
degree
here.
crude oil because it is so
And then
steep
even
in its
here,
uptrend. There's no
we'd have
resistance
gone
for
up,
WTI
tagged our profit,
until about $110
probably
per
stocked
barrel.
out
But that
of
doesn't
everything
mean that
after
it has
that,
to
but
get
then
there
we could have
anytime
re-entered
soon.
down here.
We would just be really respectful of any overbought downturns that develop.
So
Well, I guess, Katie, my question is, how does high oil prices
looking
impact
good.
the macro story? I mean, you've got Morgan Stanley downgrading General Motors because of its weak outlook for 2022. Oil is obviously a
And
main
depending
issue
on what
for
it
transportation.
looks like it's doing
so
here,
as prices
this
go
target,
higher, does that slow
we
things
may move
down?
it up here,
You've also got the tight labor
or even
market.
up here.
Amazon this morning talking
Depends
about
what
raising its
time
max base
of
pay
day
for
we're at.
workers to $350,000 with
We'll
a tight
see.
labor market. Following the better-than-expected
It's
January
8:10.
jobs report, 467,000 jobs added, a much higher
Market
than
opens
people
at
expected.
9:30.
So your thoughts on the impact of oil on
we'll
the
see.
broader economy
See
and
where
on
we're at.
key sectors?
Well, you're for sure seeing it in those automakers. We had a gap down and short-term breakdown in Ford.
And I'll
one,
probably move
GM,
the
of
stops
course,
up
doesn't
too.
act well either. Even Tesla
As we get
has
up
some
to,
support down.
like we get
We're
up to,
watching very
price gets up to
closely around
VWAP,
900, so not
we'll move the
necessarily
stop up to here.
oil related, but that whole space or segment of the market seems under pressure and has seen a loss of relative strength that I think is pretty meaningful. I think the bigger influence than oil, though, for the broader market from a macro perspective is likely treasury yields. We have rates moving higher, and I think those are
Let's put
finally
a mark
really
there, too.
embracing that. We have the 10-year fast approaching 2%, and that, of course, is a psychologically significant level. And I think, it takes us back to that 2018 comparison where that did foster an environment that was more highly volatile.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the yield right now at 1.94%, Katie. What kind of a year, 2022, are you looking for stocks? Do you think this market gets disrupted by the Fed's rate hikes, multiple rate hikes expected?
Yeah, I think it already has been disrupted just in terms of the January price action. I don't think this corrective phase is over yet, but once it's over, I think we'll get a nice sort of mid-year relief rally, something that we can certainly take advantage of from a trading perspective. And then what I worry about is sort of a downdraft into year end, very much like what we saw in 2018. Hopefully not of that magnitude, but the loss of long-term momentum is significant enough to suggest that we'll at least get one, maybe two, or even three major corrective phases throughout the year, maybe with the overall bias ending up being more neutral, just given the potential for that mid-year relief rally. So that's what we trying to market time, are those swings over the course of this proposed sort of trading range environment.
Yeah, market's down year to date, 10+% for the NASDAQ. Katie, good to see you. Thanks very much. Katie Stockton joining us on Markets Today. Quick break and then much more coming up. At 45, we'll be here later this hour. President Trump, my special guest. In about 20 minutes' time, we will get his thoughts on all that is happening from foreign policy to economic policy, also to the wide open border. Don't miss it. Plus, holding their ground, the Canadian Freedom Convoy still holding strong despite a new ordinance banning honking. They can't honk for 10 days. We're on it next. You're watching Mornings with Maria live on Fox Business.
SiriusXM is the home for the best in podcasts with many faces of love, including Lovers and Friends with intimacy expert Shan Boudreaux.
I will bring you real knowledge from research and the experiences of my guests.
Why Won't You Date Me with comedian Nicole Byer.
We cover things like app dating, first date horror stories, nothing is off the table.
And Double Date with Marlo Thomas and Phil Donahue.
We talked with a lot of couples.
And when you sit down on a double date, everyone talks.
Discover the many faces of love. Available now on the SXM app, free for most subscribers.
And paid for by Case Legal Media. Attention parents of premature babies. If your child was born premature and was later diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, or NEC, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Several studies have shown a link between cow's milk-based formula and NEC. If your baby was fed a cow's milk-based formula such as Similac, Enfamil, Gerber, or even store-branded cow's milk-based formula and was diagnosed with NEC, don't wait. Call the Victims Justice Group now. Necrotizing enterocolitis is a severe intestinal illness that often requires surgery and can be fatal 50% of the time. NEC can affect any newborn, but babies born prematurely or at low birth weight are more susceptible to NEC. If your child was fed a cow's milk-based formula and was later diagnosed with NEC, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Our attorneys will fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Time is limited to file a claim, so call us at 800-353-4164. That's 800-353-4164. Again, 800-353-4164.
Hola, Carla speaking. Carla's Roofing Company always goes above and beyond.
Yeah, we heard about next week's forecast.
She needs a new foreman to weather a storm of projects.
You mean another full crew before Wednesday? Nina Jose, can you work Wednesday?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Tune in to Wharton Business Daily live at 10 a.m. Eastern every weekday on Business Radio. Host Dan Loney keeps listeners up to date on the business world's most pressing stories. Plus, don't miss the Daily Markets Update for everything you need to know affecting your business and wallet. Featuring special guest contributors each week from Tasty Trade, the financial think tank for traders. Only on Business Radio, Sirius XM Channel 132. Brought to you by Tasty Trade, inspiring people to do extraordinary things with their money.
In business, you need to stay a
markets at your fingertips. Get the latest from Wall Street to Washington, all with the insight investors need.
Good news, folks. Record highs in 2022.
The Fox Business app makes it easy to be in the know wherever you go.
Get right down to it.
Download the Fox Business app from your app store or scan the QR code on screen now.
Well, welcome back. Now, Ottawa, Canada, Freedom Convoy protesters will not be allowed to honk their horns for 10 days in the city. Canada's capital now calling in 1,800 law enforcement personnel to end the anti-vaccine mandate. The mandate protest that's gripped the city. So far, at least 20 demonstrators have been arrested. Hundreds of others getting traffic tickets after a new Give, Send, Go campaign raises nearly $6 million to support the protesters. A previous GoFundMe page was taken down by Facebook because law enforcement now says they are no longer peaceful. I don't know who would ever give money to GoFundMe again, Dagan, if you have to worry that you want to donate to a cause that's important to you, but the Titans in Silicon Valley decide they don't want your money going there, so maybe they'll seize the money and give it to somebody else, a charity that they like. I know they backtracked away from that, but the whole idea of sending money to GoFundMe is to send money to a charity that you want.
Right, they did back away from that idea that they were essentially going to confiscate the money and give it to causes that the management there found to be noble. But it just speaks to the idiocy of the managers, the management there, that they would even entertain the idea, thinking that it was not, it was
Before.
legal. It surely was untenable.
Sure.
Why hasn't anyone in Canada really had a public sit down with these truck drivers? If it's happened, I haven't seen it, but why not talk this out?
It's flashing. You saw it there for just a second, but it's flashing the reversal end of trend indicator.
If they choose,
that's what that red arrow is popping up.
They might get sick. They might get more sick if they get COVID. But the
it's saying this little tiny run we got going.
And again, this is kind of fear-mongering and anti-science nonsense that we've seen across this country.
Doesn't show that,
I feel sorry for our northern neighbors.
And it is just flashing, and just because it flashes doesn't mean it can't go further.
Also, I mean, Adam, the Supreme Court ruled
just a cautionary indication, I guess.
For companies with 100 people or
we'll just keep watching.
Unconstitutional. So
see where we head.
This absolute, hysteria.
Got a doji candle going on here. That's indecision time.
Is just surprising because the Supreme Court ruled
it is kind of normal.
The truckers maybe all
market don't go straight up. It goes up, then it pauses.
Yeah, well, it strikes me as
just like here.
insincere and inconsistent, Maria, with our history.
Pauses, goes down, comes back, pauses, goes down.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
So on and so forth.
Gadsden flag in New Hampshire, that yellow flag.
Normal behavior.
The snake curled up, and underneath the snake it says, "Don't tread on me." That's something that is in our national consciousness. I'm proud of the Canadians for adopting it. I myself,
this method
triple vaxxed, I thought it was the right decision for me. But you know what? It's about freedom, and you have to make the right decision for you. And telling someone that you must
got me
do
on the
something,
right side of the market for a change.
That becomes a very slippery slope. Don't
It's not
tread
all
on
the
me.
time.
That's
That's
part
what
of
happened here.
just national psyche.
It can still bite you.
Yeah, we're going to take a break and take a look at oil this morning. It is slipping away from 7-year highs.
Need some more wins before I change this from the demo account back to the real account.
As he calls for Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas to step down immediately.
Is an independent truck driver, and he owes the IRS a lot of money.
It was terrifying. I was going to have to sell my truck. They were going to take everything from us.
Good thing Pat listens to the radio.
I had been hearing the commercial, so I contacted Optima Tax Relief.
Optima stepped in and got to work on Pat's case.
The liens were taken off my bank account. My money was freed up. They were so good. They are the best at what they do.
Pat's completely mind-blowing IRS disaster taken care of by Optima Tax Relief.
Optima saved me an unbelievable amount of money. Talk about the relief.
In big trouble with the IRS? Listen to Pat.
You don't cut your own hair and you don't fight the IRS alone. I would recommend Optima. In fact, I already have.
Call Optima right now for a free consultation. Call 800-361-5513. 800-361-5513. 800-361-5513.
Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all areas. Small businesses are the backbone of America. Yet when it comes to workers' comp insurance, you rarely get the savings you deserve. That's because insurance companies tend to lump you in with other businesses, and you can get overcharged. At Pi Insurance, we're on a mission to change that. With Pi, you get a quote specific to your business, and you can save up to 30% with no hassle and no hidden fees. If you like savings, take 3 minutes to see how much you could save at saveonpi.com. Pi makes workers' comp insurance as easy as pie, with friendly representatives just
come on,
away.
Market.
No wonder customers rate our
Get on
service
up there.
excellent on Trustpilot.
Go up there and
You work
tag
hard
V
to build
up
your business and keep your
and above.
employees safe. You deserve more from your workers' comp provider. See how much
Make
you
me
could save with
smile.
Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote today at saveonpi.com. That's saveonpie.com.
If you're a business owner with salespeople, how in the world could you say no to this offer? The top 20% of your salespeople close 80% of the business. 80% of all sales are closed after the
Pay
fifth
attention
attempt,
to
and
B4.
83% of all salespeople don't even ask
This
for the sale
candle
once.
says
Did you know that 90%
we're losing
of all
momentum.
salespeople have never even read one sales book? How many
But
sales
again,
are being lost
that-
each month? Simply because your salespeople are
that
not
can pick
professionally
right back
trained.
up
So,
again.
hi, this is the world's top sales trainer, Jason Evans. I'm going to give you a free 45-minute video of pure sales training techniques that will increase your company's sales within days, guaranteed. This could double, even triple your company's sales. This video is closing, handling objections, and more. Just call us and leave us a voicemail, their email address, and we'll send you this amazing video for free. Call 800-500-8320. This is how to close from A to Z for any product or service, regardless of industry, whether you sell face-to-face or over the phone. Call 800-500-8320. That's 800-500-8320. Paid for by Power Sales University.
Need full-scale structural integrity but no time for traditional buildings? Get a fabric structure by Calhoun Superstructure. Our industry-leading structures are engineered and installed in weeks with free-span interiors up to 250 feet wide. Celebrating 30 years of serving industrial, commercial, agricultural, municipal, and more with an extensive dealer network across North America to serve you. Get a free quote today. Visit CalhounSuperstructure.com or call 844-984-2082. That's 844-984-2082.
Critical Wall Street moves, big Washington headlines, and how it all impacts your wallet. She's got you covered. Elizabeth McDonald has the insight you need weeknights on the Evening Edit.
Well, welcome back. Well, more pushback to Biden's climate agenda. The Supreme Court is tackling a legal battle that could impact the EPA's ability to regulate greenhouse gas emissions from power plants. This case seeks to reserve the power to decide the best path to address climate change to Congress and the states, not a federal agency. Joining me right now is West Virginia Attorney General Patrick Morrisey. AG, great to have you. Thanks very much for being here. Tell us about the upcoming Supreme Court battle over the Clean Power Plan.
3 minutes.
Absolutely, and Maria, thank you for having me on. This is one of these really important issues that's kind of sneaking up on people, but we have the really important oral argument at the U.S. Supreme Court, February 28th. It's West Virginia v. EPA, and it really stands for a very simple proposition. When you have these major questions of the day, those decisions actually need to be made by Congress, not by these unelected bureaucrats. And what we've seen over a long period of time, not just with EPA, but for many federal agencies, is that frequently people are trying to seize power when it's not there. Our constitutional republic specifies that the Congress makes the decisions on the major questions of the day, not these federal agencies when they haven't had power delegated to them. And that's what the case is all about. We're excited to go in because we know that the EPA has been overreaching for many, many years. That harms West Virginia, our jobs, the power grid. Obviously, it will dramatically increase the price of electricity, and that's why we're fighting back.
And perhaps that's why you've seen a different tone in West Virginia, because coal is important. All of these climate initiatives coming out of this White House go against thousands or tens of thousands of jobs in West Virginia. Isn't that right?
That's exactly right. Obviously, West Virginia pays a very high price for the decisions that are made by an out-of-touch EPA. But our proposition is still very simple. West Virginia, New York, California, Texas, everyone needs to get a seat at the table when it comes to a major question like climate change. So that's the fair way to do it. That's the way the Constitution sets it out. No one should get the unfair advantage of having one federal agency decide to unilaterally decarbonize. This is not the way our system works, and we're pushing the court on that point.
Well, it's the same thing when you consider the elections. You know, the states are supposed to deal with their own elections, and yet we're seeing a power grab. The federal government, the administration wants to federalize all elections. So do you feel that you're getting a power grab where this administration is trying to take power away from the states?
Oh, I think there's no doubt about that. You're seeing that across the board, whether you're talking about the issues pertaining to climate change, whether you're talking about what happened with the vaccine mandates, and then, of course, you have their absolute destruction, what's going on down at the border. We've talked about that in the past, that this is a federal government and an administration that's not only not doing its job, it's actively harming the American people because it's not upholding its duties as the chief executive.
Yeah, there's a real dereliction of duty, as we have spoken about in the past. I joined you a week ago at the southern border. You and 12 other attorneys general were there to view what's going on and the implications for your own states. And this morning we have a new report out by the Federal Commission
It's that time of day where
synthetic opioid trafficking. It finds Mexico is now the dominant source of the
I gotta go
country's
take care of
fentanyl
something
supply
here.
and synthetic opioids. Between 2014
We'll
and
leave
2019,
this running until I come back.
fentanyl up
See what
80%
happens.
seized by federal authorities.
It may stop us out here, and then again, it may turn around
I
and
want to get your take
head
on
on up.
this. You
We'll see.
told me when I saw you at the border
But
that
like I said, at this point, it's a
Mayorkas should
win-win.
step down immediately. Well, tell us what you feel in terms of Secretary Mayorkas, and what has been the impact of all of this fentanyl on West Virginia?
Absolutely. Well, first, I would say that West Virginia really experiences the undocumented alien problem through the high prevalence of fentanyl. Fentanyl has invaded our state at a very alarming rate. We're seeing drug overdose death rates go through the roof, and that's what I'm fighting to stop. And that's one of the reasons why I filed a lawsuit against the Department of Homeland Security. First, we wrote a letter to Mayorkas. He's ignored it. He's ignored every practical step to try to address the drug crisis. And I think on those grounds alone, he needs to go. This is a guy that doesn't seem to understand that Homeland Security means defending the homeland, not just from undocumented aliens, but from human trafficking and fentanyl. And he's not doing that. In fact, they're doing the opposite. They're actively trying to block the states that are trying to protect their people. On those grounds alone, Mayorkas needs to go, and I'm hopeful there'll be a groundswell about that. I've never seen such utter chaos than down at the border, and the administration's driving it, and it's got to stop. It's really hurting the American people, and folks are dying in West Virginia because of this terrible catastrophe.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have not heard President Biden mention the word fentanyl once. Not once in this entire year, and there has been no hearings whatsoever about the implications of a wide open border.
I think it's just absolutely disgraceful. It's practically a crime. I think that the American people need to rise up and really be clear with the Biden administration and with Congress. Things have to change really quickly because we are paying a very heavy price. And it's time, and long past time, that we address these issues.
Yes, A.G. Marcy, great to have you. Thanks for your leadership, and we'll keep following all of that. Thank you, sir. Patrick Morrison,
Thank you so much, Maria.
joining us in West Virginia. Thank you. Coming up, President Trump is here. He will join me next to talk all things Russia, Ukraine, China, the economy, and a little book that he published at the end of last year that is raking in the bucks.
Stopfield.
Next, with 45, right here.
The Super Bowl is going Hollywood. An event with so much star power, it gets its own Sirius XM channel. Super Bowl 56 Radio, where football, entertainment, and music collide.
Legend, superstar, Kenny Chesney.
I sat there in a suite right beside Justin Timberlake, and we talked about
about how excited we were.
The only place to hear the Super Bowl and the Pepsi halftime show is Super Bowl 56 Radio. Listen now on Channel 104 and the SXM app, free for most subscribers.
As a business owner, you should know the IRS is ramping up collections and focusing on small businesses. Bookkeeping and payroll has never been more important. A mistake now could cost you big. Finance Pal specializes in secure cloud-based accounting, payroll, and tax services for small businesses, franchisees, and independent contractors nationwide. Finance Pal can handle your 2021 books and are experts in catch-up work, whether you're months or even years behind. Get your books done now before the IRS comes knocking. Finance Pal can handle your payroll, bookkeeping, bill pay, and taxes. Bookkeeping packages start as low as $120 per month, and you get your own dedicated U.S.-based accountant who tracks every expense to make sure you maximize tax savings. No startup costs or long-term commitment, and setup is a snap. Call 800-491-1380. Finance Pal, the only friend your business needs. 800-491-1380. 800-491-1380.
This Valentine's Day, feed everyone's passion with rich, decadent brownies from Vermont Brownie Company. Hi, I'm Shauna Litsky, founder of Vermont Brownie Company. When I started 10 years ago, I had one goal in mind, to make the best brownies around using the freshest ingredients. Today, we have lots of delicious brownie flavors, including maple toffee crunch, peanut butter, and our award-winning dark chocolate chef brownie that beat world-renowned chef Bobby Flay. All of our brownies are baked in Vermont using local farm-fresh ingredients and rich Belgian chocolate. And every Vermont brownie gift is shipped free with Valentine's Day packaging. But you need to order today because time is running out. Ordering is easy. Just visit us at vermontbrownie.com. That's vermontbrownie.com. This Valentine's Day, show your sweetheart, your girlfriends, parents, everyone you love how sweet they are with a delicious gift from Vermont Brownie Company.
Here's some great news. If you missed the deadline to sign up for health insurance, or if, like a lot of people, you just have a plan you're not happy with, you still have a choice. It's called MediShare. It's a Christian healthcare sharing program. There are more than 400,000 members now, and they love it. In fact, MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to that of health insurance. And MediShare really is the gold standard when it comes to healthcare sharing. It's been around more than 25 years. Members have shared more than $4 billion of each other's medical bills. Plus, MediShare is for you. It has saved its members billions by advocating on their behalf. Best of all, the typical savings for a family is around $6,000 a year. So if you think you're stuck with a high-cost health plan that doesn't have much to offer, think again. MediShare has a 98% customer satisfaction rating, and you are invited to be part of it. Call now. 855-79-BIBLE. That's 855-79-BIBLE. 855-79-BIBLE.
Hello, you've reached Monteroses. Our team is busy at the moment. Please leave a message. Hello, you've reached Monteroses. Our team is busy.
Missed opportunities.
Hello, you've reached Monteroses.
Crazy is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. A live person answering your business calls can affect your profits by as much as 95%. Give callers the attention they expect. Call Abby Connect now for your free 14-day trial. 888-201-0755.
Well, welcome back. President Trump releasing his first book since leaving the White House. Our Journey Together is a photo book capturing his presidency. Every picture handpicked by the president and every caption written by President Trump himself. The book has already raked in $20 million in gross sales. It is available at 45books.com. And joining me right now is the 45th President of the United States, the author of Our Journey Together, President Donald J. Trump. President Trump, thanks very much for being here this morning.
Well, thank you, Maria.
Congrats on this book, and I know all of the pictures really illuminate your 4 years in office with so many world leaders. I want to ask you about some of those world leaders before we get into the success of the book, because President Biden is now telling all Americans to leave Ukraine. Your reaction to this standoff between Russia and Ukraine? We had John Ratcliffe on yesterday who told us all of the time you spent with Angela Merkel trying to convince her not to partner with Russia.
Well, I really tried to convince her not to do the pipeline deal because I said that Germany would be absolutely a hostage and national security for Germany. I don't know why they would have done that. It doesn't make sense. And now look at what happened. Much sooner than I would have thought. But now look at what happened. And frankly, Germany's going to break up NATO because Germany wants no part of this deal. You saw that yesterday.
But Mr. President, also yesterday, Joe Biden made a comment in the press conference saying, if Russia invades Ukraine, we will stop Nord Stream 2. Now, Olaf, who was the chancellor of Germany, did not even remember the words. He didn't even mention the Nord Stream 2. But does the U.S. have that kind of power? Can Biden actually say we're stopping Nord Stream 2? Isn't it controlled by Germany and Russia?
Well, I stopped it, but I stopped it differently. I stopped it with the threat of tariffs and with various other things, and it was stopped. It was dead. It was absolutely dead. If you remember, Biden came in and he opened it, and he killed our pipeline, Keystone XL. But I stopped it. I had it stopped, and incredibly, I didn't know what he was doing. He came in and he said, proceed with that pipeline, and it was a dead deal. And people weren't thrilled about it. Some that were going to be, paying a lot of money to Russia, but they weren't thrilled about it. But it was a dead deal, and he reopened it. Right. It was shocking to me to see it, and it was shocking to a lot of other people. But Germany really is a hostage of Russia. There's no question about it. If you talk about that press conference yesterday, if you looked at the leader, the new leader of Germany, he looked at Biden like, what are you talking about? He didn't even comment on it. Biden said it, but he didn't comment on it, and he's got everything to do with it. But I had it stopped cold, and it was reopened. In fact, they do the big analogy that he closed Keystone, but he opened up Russia pipeline, and very, very sad what's happening. And I watched General Keane, who's a terrific guy, by the way, but I watched him talking about Iran. I mean, what's happening with Iran is incredible. They're going to have, within 7 months, they're going to have nuclear weapons. It's incredible. And now we're talking about giving them billions and billions of dollars. I had that one done, too. We would have had a deal with Iran.
Well, that's
had the election not been rigged, we would have had a deal with Iran, Maria, within 1 week after the election. They were dying to make a deal because they were.
Well, this was my next question.
I said China. Yeah, I said to China.
This was my next question because we're talking in Vienna. We've got the talks resuming in Vienna. It's amazing to me that Iran will not speak to the United States directly, so China and Russia are speaking on the U.S.'s behalf. That in and of itself is incredible. But it looks like the Biden administration wants to put the U.S. back into that Iran deal, Mr. President, the deal that you took the United States out. What are the implications?
It's one of the worst deals ever made. They paid hundreds of billions of dollars to make it, and now they're going to pay billions of dollars again to make another one, and it's going to be worse. And I had it done, and China right now is making Iran rich because they're buying oil. I said you can't buy oil from Iran, and I told them, I said, if you buy oil from Iran, you're not doing any business with the United States. And they said, that's not good. So they didn't buy oil from Iran. And Iran was ready to make a deal, but now Iran's getting rich because China, once I got out, China went in and they're buying as much oil as they can buy. And we're in a much different position. This is just absolute madness what's going on. But they're going to have a nuclear weapon very soon. And there's no negotiating with them, by the way, once they do. Once they have a nuclear weapon, there's no negotiating with them.
We got stopped out, I see.
Well, it's been an extraordinary first year of the Biden administration. You've got many adversaries on the rise, and now we've got an Iran deal potentially happening. That's moving oil markets.
So the runner didn't run. That's all that means.
Mr. President, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi making a comment the other day, telling Olympic athletes to be quiet in the communist country. Here's Nancy Pelosi. Got to get your reaction. Watch.
You're there to compete.
50-50.
Do not risk
50-50.
incurring the anger of the Chinese government because they are ruthless. I know there is a temptation on the part of some to speak out while they are there. I respect that, but I also worry about what the Chinese government might do.
Mr. President, your reaction?
Sounds like she's petrified of China. I don't know if it's for economic reasons her own or
keep
barrel.
trying here.
She makes it sound like we're
So.
afraid of China, we're afraid to speak. Don't speak. This is just incredible. I heard that statement last night. And that's not the way she talks to Republicans, I can tell you that.
Well, you've got pictures in your book of Nancy Pelosi as well as you with a number of world leaders.
The next question is, should we
this China conflict
put a resting
where
order
we
in down
continue
here
to see
and up
questions
here?
around conflicts of interest. Peter Schweitzer
Oddly
joined me
enough,
last
look at
week,
this,
and he told me that the Biden family has taken $31
outer bands here,
million
right even with
from
Globex
China.
low and Globex high.
Should this be investigated?
Globex high is
What
slightly
is going
above,
on in
not
terms
by
of this
much.
conflict under your term? The Democrats and your critics were
45
charging
minutes till
you
market
with
opens.
treason for Russia, and yet there's not a lot of conversation about Peter Schweitzer's book, Red Handed.
And I had nothing to do with Russia. It was a hoax made up by Hillary Clinton and the Democrats. It was a fake investigation, and it turned out no collusion, zero, no collusion. That was the end of the investigation. Nothing to do. It was a hoax made up by Shifty Adam Schiff and Hillary Clinton, Crooked Hillary, as I call her correctly. All of these things, and by the Democrats, basically. And they kept that going for 2 years, making it very hard to deal with Russia. Despite that, I had a good relationship with Russia, but I had nothing to do with anything. I got along with Putin, but it's a good thing to get it. You know, Maria, people don't know, it's a good thing to get along with these people, not a bad thing. And I had a great relationship with China. We made an incredible trade deal for the farmers, for the manufacturers, and then when COVID came along, I said, that's too much. That is just taking it too far. What they've done with this COVID is a disaster for the world. There's never been anything like it. But no, they're under the thumb of China. There's no question about it. And nobody's going to do anything. I'm the only one that did with China. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars worth of tariffs and taxes, and they're going to end all of that. They've already started, but they're going to end all of that. Hundreds of billions of dollars. We never took in 5 cents. And with Russia, they respected us. There would be no Ukraine problem right now if we were there. If the Trump administration were in place, which it should be, there would be absolutely no problem with any of this. You wouldn't have inflation. You wouldn't have rising taxes. You wouldn't have the problem with Ukraine. You wouldn't have the problem that you will have with Taiwan. Taiwan's going to be a big one. That's going to be after the Olympics. Watch that one take place. You know, it all started two things. The open border showed how weak we were, the open border. But the worst thing in terms of the embarrassment to our country in history, there's never been anything like that, was the way in which we pulled out of Afghanistan.
Yeah. Well, you said Taiwan's going to be a big one. Are you saying you are expecting the CCP to invade Taiwan?
He's going to do something. I can't tell you what, but he's going to do something. And this would have never happened. And he understood that with me. I had a very strong conversation with him. First meeting about Taiwan. He understood, and he never made even a move, not even a hint. And as soon as I was out, now he's sending bombers over it every week, every day. No, he wouldn't have done anything, and we had a very strong understanding about certain things. And we actually got along very well.
Joe Biden has yet to raise the issue of the origins of COVID-19 with Xi Jinping. Joe Biden has spoken with Xi Jinping 4 times in the last year. Is this the reason? Here's Peter Schweitzer with me last week. Watch this, Mr. President.
Question is, did the Chinese government, these Chinese officials, steer this money to the Bidens and not expect something in return? No. And then the question becomes, what are they getting in return? There's a concept in Chinese intelligence that loosely translated means big help with a little bad mouth. And what that basically means is they don't mind if Joe Biden, says things about the Uyghurs occasionally, or puts together a so-called diplomatic protest of the Olympics. What they care about is access to Western capital, access to Western technology, and as long as he doesn't do anything substantial there, they're going to be very, very happy with the Biden administration posture towards Beijing.
President Trump, what about that Biden family, Peter Schweitzer says, took $31 million from Chinese officials tied to the CCP?
keeps dinging over
We
there.
were talking with President Trump this morning about China, about Russia, about crime, and
that's what
about
it
his
is.
book that has raised millions of dollars about his time in the presidency. President Trump joining us this morning on all of that. We are waiting to hear his thoughts on crime as well. He was a citizen
That's
of New
what
York,
was
but
dinging.
has now become a citizen of Florida. President Trump
Those other indicators that I was playing with, I forgot to pull off of here, I guess.
And paid for by Case Legal Media. Attention parents of premature babies. If your child was born premature and was later diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis or NEC, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Several studies have shown a link between cow's
Too
milk
many
based
false
formula and
signals,
NEC.
too many
If your
losses
baby was
that
fed a
way.
cow's milk based formula such as
Not
Similac,
gonna do that.
Enfamil, Gerber, or even store-branded cow's milk based formula and was diagnosed with NEC, don't wait. Call the Victims Justice Group now. Necrotizing enterocolitis is a severe intestinal illness that often requires surgery and can be fatal 50% of the time. NEC can affect any newborn, but babies born prematurely or at low birth weight are more susceptible to NEC. If your child was fed a cow's milk-based formula and was later diagnosed with NEC, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Our attorneys will fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Time is limited to file a claim, so call us at 800-353-4164. That's 800-353-4164. Again, 800-353-4164.
Hey team, it's a full house. We gotta pick up the pace.
At Hank's restaurant, the line goes around the block.
This for 12? Okay, I need the truffle oil drizzle.
What he needs is another line cook.
Man, are the quail breasts still in the sous vide? Dave, can you keep an eye on that, please?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
Isn't that interesting?
Indeed you do.
Looking at
InstaMatch instantly connects you with
the
quality
VWAP
candidates whose
bands,
resumes
day
and
by
Indeed
day.
match your sponsored job description. Visit
This is yesterday.
Indeed.com/credit and get $75
This
towards your
is the
first
day
sponsored job.
before.
Terms and conditions
Look how
apply.
it's
Investing in
kind of
cryptocurrency
shrinking
can be
inside.
confusing, scary, and expensive.
This is
Introducing
just
Domain Money,
pre-market. We're not
finally,
even a whole day
an
yet,
effortless,
but
secure, and smarter way
we're
for
gonna-
anyone to cut
where are
through
we
the
at?
noise and invest in both stocks and crypto in one place. Domain Money puts an end to chasing
below
trends and
yesterday's
paying
low.
exorbitant transaction fees. Just expert tools and wealth-building
This is
investment
Friday.
insights delivered in a beautiful and intuitive platform.
like we wanna
You'll
test-
love our social sentiment tool, designed
maybe
to
test
keep you on the
Friday's
pulse of the
lows.
market for an investing edge. You can easily invest and actively manage stock and crypto strategies. One click, and our investment experts do the work for you. It's time to take serious control of your investing with powerful tools, crystal clear data-driven insights, and live customer agents all in one secure platform. Whether you're experienced or just starting out, with Domain Money, you can master your investing domain. Get started at domainmoney.com or download the free iOS app. That's domainmoney.com. Individual results may vary. There's no guarantee that past results will be indicative of future results. Invest wisely.
What's done more to improve overall health and wellness? Modern medicine or personal hygiene? Actually, it's both. But considering that bathing went mainstream in the 1800s and brushing your teeth in the 1900s, isn't it time for something new, like cleaning your nose? After all, your nose is the body's air filter for trapping dirt and germs, the first line of defense against allergens, bacteria, and viruses from getting into your lungs. But how do you clean your nose? With Navage. Navage isn't medicine, it's more like plumbing. Navage uses powered suction to pull saline in one nostril to the very back of the nose where germs can get trapped and multiply, and then out the other nostril, flushing out mucus and microbes so you can breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier. Join over 2 million others and find out for yourself how refreshing and easy to use Navage is. At Navage.com, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, and Target. Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
Still pushing spending, but even if the president can compromise, can his Build Back Better bill survive? Senator Kevin Kramer has campus insight today on Cutler.
Very interesting.
Call.
Welcome back, and I am back with the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Mr. President, we were talking about China, Russia, the Democrats. Kevin McCarthy was on with me on Sunday, and he told me he's going to be launching a number of investigations should they take the House majority in November. What investigations do you want to see should the GOP take the House in November?
Well, there are plenty of them to look at, and you could certainly look at relationships between some of these politicians that do nothing having to do with
This has all definitely got me looking at the market in a slightly different way than I have in the past.
all of the political corruption on the other side where nothing happens. And
with Joe Biden, from the money he's accepted from China to unconstitutional mask mandates. Should he be impeached?
They've taken in
I'm gonna make a
millions and
change
millions
here
of
in my
dollars into
setup.
that family. Nothing will happen. And they only go after Republicans. They only want to go after Republicans. And by the way, the Republicans don't do that. They don't play that game, which is in one way stupid, in another way it's probably the way it should be done in some ways. But they only go after Republicans. They don't go after Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. You look at the corruption, nobody's ever seen anything like it.
Yeah, and you told me that was one of your big takeaways from your time in Washington. But Mr. President, I want to get your take on the Republicans as it relates to this upcoming election year, because everybody wants your endorsement. I know you've been meeting lots of potential candidates. What are you looking for? What tips the line for you in terms of giving an endorsement? And what are the hot races that we should be watching going into the November congressional races?
Well, I think we have a lot of hot races. We have some great races, and it's true. We're about 158-2 in terms of wins, and that number is going up very substantially. And a lot of people are coming to Mar-a-Lago, and sometimes I don't have to see them. I see the great job they're doing. We have a lot of great Republican candidates for the House and for the Senate, frankly. We're going to have some interesting races. We also have some insurgents. And that's insurgents in a very positive way, because getting rid of some of these rhinos that do nothing, do absolutely nothing, having to do with almost everything, and they just stay in the way. I mean, Mitch McConnell, as an example, he's not up, unfortunately, I endorsed him, but Mitch McConnell, when he gave the 2-month really cooling off period to the Democrats, he allowed them to do so much. He allowed them to get the House in order. That was a disaster with the debt ceiling crisis. It was a total disaster. We could have won every single point, but he gave them a 2-month cooling off period. That was not a good thing to do. That was a very bad moment. But we're endorsing some fantastic people, some great Congress people, and others. You know, we're going beyond Congress. We're doing state races. We're doing where we think really talented people are. And a lot of it has to do with America first. We want people that are going to put America first. Not put Iran first, not put China first, not put other countries first. We want people that are going to put America first.
So the question becomes, will you be running, Mr. President?
Well, the polls say I should. I just left, as you know. I was in Texas. We had 87,000 people show up. And the press refuses to mention the crowds. They don't want to talk about it. They refuse to show the crowd size. There's a movement going on, the likes of which we've never seen in this country before. And I think it blows Canada and the truckers, and we love the truckers and we respect the truckers. But I think the movement we have going in this country blows it away. And many of these issues are the same issues. But the people of this country are very angry at everything that's been happening and the incompetence that's been shown in government. We have grossly incompetent people. All you have to do is look at the Iran deal, look at the Afghanistan withdrawal, look at inflation. The inflation, there was no reason for this inflation. The energy prices, the ridiculous energy prices that should have never happened. We were at $1.87 a gallon. Now we're at $7 in some places for fuel. That alone would have caused massive inflation. And the inflation is a truly big problem in this country. We would have had none.
Mr. President, tell us a little about Truth Social, because I know you're going to be doing beta testing soon, and you're going to launch at the end of March. Devin Nunes is the CEO. I want to talk about TMTG, Trump Media and Technology Group.
Alright, so over on here, we'll get rid of this one. We'll get rid of this one.
Well, I certainly think so, and we're not reliant on them. And this country needs a voice. You know, when they have OAN, which is a fine group of people and network, and they have others where they're trying to cancel them, and they are canceling them. This group of massive numbers of people, and I think it's probably 65-70% of the population. I don't believe that when you have no defund the police and no voter ID and no borders, open borders, and I don't believe that's the 50-50 partners. I believe they cheat on elections. That's not 50-50. How
you
second.
came up
Turn that
with
off
a
for a
lot of the
second.
comments under the pictures. Are
Okay,
you
here.
surprised by the
It's
popularity?
local.
Are you needing now to print more books?
So they have sold
Turn off all
250,000
these
copies,
lines.
and I guess they have orders for hundreds of thousands more.
Leave the cheek alone.
And you know, usually a book like that is a smaller seller because it's pictures.
And we'll leave
But
that on.
the love that they've had for our administration and that I have for everybody out there, but the
Cloud.
love, and especially when they see this incompetence, this gross, vicious incompetence that's going on in our country. But all they're good at, they're good at cheating. If they would use the same genius to run the country and to help the world and to help solve problems, it would be a much different place. But they don't do that. It's grossly incompetent, this administration. So what people, I guess, what people are seeing, and the reason this book is such a runaway massive hit and just does so well, and again, it's pictures. It's really pictures that I write notes on different pictures, and we talk about, you know, different scenes, but it's almost like romance. The people want to be brought back. Despite all of the witch hunts and all of the fake things that they pulled, the people want to be brought back to that time when we were respected by the world. Russia respected us. China respected us. China never threatened us once. Russia never threatened
Bullish
us
signal.
once. Nobody did.
Signal.
Kim Jong-un, North
that
Korea
bell
had a
was.
good relationship with him. Now you look at what's happening. He's testing at a level that he's never tested before. You know, it's incredible. And maybe worst of all is what's happening in Iran. We would have had a deal. They would have never had nuclear weapons. And they're months away from having nuclear weapons. And you won't even be able to talk. They're religious zealots. You will not be able to talk to them. So, you know, people are seeing this. People are very smart, and they're seeing this. And I think that's what's made the book. So it's called Our Journey Together. It's what made the book so successful.
We don't want to.
I
We
think
don't
it's
wanna
also
see
your
the bands,
commentary and your comments below each picture. But real quick, Mr. President, before you go, you got to address the crime spike. You were a New Yorker, now you're a Florida resident. How do you feel when you see murder at 25-year highs and you see these smash and grabs and what America looks like today because of the crime spike? What do you want to do? How would you change this? If you were in charge, how would you change this and reverse this crime spike?
Well, for one thing, the radical left district attorneys and attorney generals, they spend more time trying to figure out how to get Trump. I've been under investigation for years, and they just keep investigating. And they go back years and years. There's supposed to be a statute of limitations. It's a disgrace. They devote 25, 30, 40% of their department to let's get Trump instead of let's get the murderers, the killers, the drug dealers. It's a disgrace what's going on in New York and other places. Well, you have to get tough on crime. You have to get tough. You have to give sentences. You have to get rid of no cash bail. How about they have murderers getting out with no cash bail, and then they murder again? And I looked at the statistics in New York. It's a horrible thing that's happening. You got to get tough on crime. It's my number one thing now. You got to get tough on crime. You have to stop it.
Mr. President, it's been great talking with you this morning. Congrats on the book, and we will talk soon. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Maria.
We'll see you soon. President Donald Trump, 45, joining us this morning in that exclusive. Thank you to Dagan McDowell and Adam Johnson. It's been a great show. We so appreciate you joining us. We will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Have a great Tuesday, everybody. Varney and Company begins right now. Stu, take it away.
Maria, you could have let Mr. Trump bleed over past 9 o'clock so we could pick up on the ratings.
Well, you know, I was watching the clock, Stu. I was watching the clock.
That's not like you, Maria. Watching the clock, I can't believe it. Good morning to you, Maria. And good morning, everybody. All right, 2 years ago, when the lockdown started, Peloton could do no wrong. Their fancy and expensive exercise bikes were all the rage. The stock went to, what was it, $150 a share? Look at it this morning. Below, actually, it's at $30 a share. Here's the story. The founder and longtime CEO, John Foley, is out. Peloton will cut
all I just did was reverse these two charts.
They'll cut costs.
The reason
This is a remarkable come down for a company that did so well.
this
and
one
all have to stay at
shows
home.
up on my phone app.
The masks, they're coming off.
we'll
And it's
see.
Democrat states that are now shaking off their own restrictions. The election's what, 9 months away?
Maybe that's the reason. New Jersey, Connecticut, Delaware, Oregon will let kids go maskless. They are bowing to public pressure. We, the people, seem to be way out front of the blue state politicians on this one. The vax mandate protest in Canada, that continues, much to the authorities' annoyance. Ottawa is still virtually closed.
I was looking at the wrong thing for a second there.
The truckers cannot blow their horns for the next 10 days, and the police say they need another 1,800 officers to end the protest. All right, let's get to the markets. Little price change for stocks in the pre-market session this morning. The Dow could be up about 80, the Nasdaq could be down about 28. But Bitcoin, that's back to $43,000 a coin, 43.6. At this time yesterday, we had it at $47,000 per coin. Interest rates, here's perhaps the most important point in the markets today. We're up. The yield on the 10-year Treasury is now 1.95%, getting much closer to that 2% level. Gas prices, they too are climbing. The national average going up about 1 cent each day. We're now at 3.46, down a regular nationwide. And look what we've got for you today. A Democrat changes party. Alec Brooke Krasny is now a Republican. Well, so what? Well, he's in Brooklyn, New York City. Who knew there were any Republicans in Brooklyn? Ford's electric man called the E-Transit start shipping to dealers. Ford, America's president, will try to sell me one instead of a Rivian. On the show today. It's Tuesday, February the 8th, 2023.
My hand went to sleep. The one I was using on the mouse must have been how I was leaning or something. That's weird. I got all kinds of weird stuff goes on at my age anymore. Alright, the noises you're hearing of me kind of reorganizing my desk a little bit.
All kinds of things happening to this company this morning. The CEO is out, they're cutting jobs, they're cutting costs, and the stock's way, way down. That's a whole lot of problems, Laura.
Yeah, so what? Well, this stock's now up. Okay. Yeah, but it was down about 3-4%. I thought because investors are preparing for this earnings report that we get when the market closes. Let me give you the news really quickly.
Somewhat organized.
The corporate positions are going to be cut, and the company's earmarking $800 million in annual cost savings.
Next question.
So that raises the question: is this report card?
Should I listen to Bullish Bears Rose
and then they have the announcement of
her analysis
but a high caliber new CEO
of what's going on,
the former CFO of Spotify and a Netflix executive. Does that signify that Peloton is going to right this ship on its own, stay an independent company, or will it be sold? And who's going to buy it? How ugly is this report card going to be tonight?
Well, we don't know about that, but we do know that the guy who's taken over as CEO is a high-quality executive.
Yeah.
And if he's taken over that company, my guess is that they want to run it themselves and build it back again. That would be my idea.
He knows subscriptions, and maybe the financials are so bad that Amazon, Apple, Nike, they don't even want to touch it.
But man, he's come a long way down, 150 to 30 in about 6 months or whatever it is. All right, let's move on. A number of blue states lifting their mask mandates in schools. However, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says President Biden still recommends children keep the
cleaning things up a little bit, that's all.
Our responsibility as the federal government is to rely on the data and the science that is being analyzed by our public health experts, and we'll continue to rely on that for what recommendations we're making. We recommend masking in schools. That is the recommendation from the CDC. It is also true that at some point when the science and the data warrants, of course, our hope is that that's no longer the recommendation.
When the science, whatever. Okay, look who's here. Congressman Byron Donalds. I'm sorry, Congressman. I shouldn't be laughing like this. Congressman Byron Donalds, Republican of the state of Florida. Congressman, why are these blue states, New Jersey, Connecticut, Delaware, Oregon, why are they suddenly dropping their restrictions?
Just checking my phone now to see. And yes, now I'm seeing the VWAP lines on the phone.
Masking kids in schools doesn't really make much sense. Children are the most resistant to COVID-19. That data has been consistent since the beginning of the pandemic.
Okay,
But also
I like that.
Kids don't even wear the things right. The thing is hanging up their nose, it's under their chin, and the second they walk out of the school building, they take it off and hang out with their friends. Anyway, this is just political overreach by the Democrats. They are wrong.
Maybe.
Parents are fed up. They're over it.
Slowly but surely.
And even if you look at the details, they're not really getting rid of the mandates for another month and a half. So, let's not wait till the end of March. That's my opinion.
Agreed, but I'm asking, why are they doing it now? Why now? I think it's because there's an election, or the elections, plural, in 9 months.
Well, absolutely. I think, look, Phil Murphy just almost got beat, okay?
Yeah.
So this will be very clear. The Democrats are running for the Hill. They've been wrong on everything. And this is the easiest thing, they can do to reverse course, but they should have done it a long time ago.
I believe that you brought your 3 children onto the show. I was away. Somebody else was sitting in for me. I think you had your 3 on the show. They don't wear masks, do they?
No, they don't. They stopped wearing that last year. They had it last year in Florida, then that got rid of, and they're back to normal.
If they had to wear masks, would you consider moving out of state?
Out of Florida? Absolutely not, because we don't do that mess in Florida. Listen, I've told you so many times, we've learned in Florida how to manage a pandemic and also get back to life. Children are largely resistant. They get over COVID-19 so much. I think if you look at the core data, there's been about 10 to 20 deaths of children from COVID-19 who did not have other comorbidities. So 10 to 20 kids out of a population of 70 million children, come on, America, we can look at the data, we can do better.
Byron Donalds, great guy from Florida. The great state of Florida. Byron, I'll see you later. Thanks, Congressman. Appreciate it.
Take it easy.
All right, we're going to get to the markets this Tuesday morning. Jim Lowell is with us. Question, Jim. Do the latest earnings reports and these guidance calls, do they together suggest a slowdown in the economy?
Yeah, I think they do too. I think what we're seeing is a temporary, potentially, slowdown in the torrid pace of economic rebound and growth. But strong growth is not no growth, not by a measurable mile. And when you're measuring that mile based on fundamentals, earnings and their guidance, but also every economic fact we're looking at, what we are not seeing is an economy that's about to go off the rails. What we are seeing is an overheated economy beginning to normalize its pace and rate of growth.
What will be the market's reaction Thursday morning if we get a 7% growth rate in inflation for consumers?
The knee-jerk reaction would likely be negative on the assumption that that would propel the Fed to be even more hawkish than it has been in terms of the kind of rhetoric we've heard from them and take maybe dramatically more and higher rate hike actions in 2022 than's priced in. But we think that if it were to hit that number, it would be a flash.
Vicky Court.
What we think we're going to see in 2022 is constant bouts of having to fear inflation rising, set against the fact that after stockpiling goods for almost 9 months, we could even see a bout of deflation sweep into 2022 markets. So we think it's going to be very volatile. Definitely a marketplace where investors do not want to buy the basket of the market, namely index funds, ETFs. You want to buy what's inside that basket in a very selective manner.
Are you looking for market rebound mid-year?
We are looking for a market to end higher than we began the year by year end. Mid-year is going to be a little bit tricky, especially that word mid. The closer we get to midterm elections, we think the greater the volatility we'll see.
Got it. Jim Lowell, always a pleasure. Thanks for being with us on a Tuesday morning. See you later. Thanks. We've got to take a look at Meta Platforms, otherwise known as Facebook. Peter Thiel is stepping down from the board. Do we know why, Lauren?
To focus on politics, to support Trump-aligned candidates in the midterm elections, that according to the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal. So Thiel is recently pledging $20 million to push 2 Senate Republican runs by J.D. Vance in Ohio and his protege Blake Masters in Arizona. And, you know, the question or the problem, if you will, with Thiel out of the board at Meta, Facebook loses its most prominent conservative voice. And the question is, he's been there since 2005. Why does he want out? Maybe he doesn't believe in the future of the company.
But why is he out now, a couple of years, or at least 1 year after they kicked President Trump off Facebook? I mean, why is he leaving now?
Yeah.
When they did that over a year ago? All right, well, I'm
I
sure he's
go
got
if
an
he doesn't
explanation.
believe in the direction of the company as it pushes into the metaverse. And we saw the last earnings report and some momentum that it's losing with current users.
Got it. And Meta is at 222 this morning. I remember when it was way above 300. All right. Facebook and Instagram could be shut down in Europe. That sounds dramatic.
We've known about this for a while. So here,
I missed it.
Well, no, because it's inside baseball. so Facebook is threatening to pull their service across Europe if there's no deal on transatlantic data transfers. So EU regulators prevent Meta from transferring, storing, and processing European data on US servers. They say it violates citizens' privacy. Meta says we'll find another solution. And if you can resolve the legal uncertainty, we by no means want to leave Europe, but we might have to if you're not going to give us a new set of rules to follow.
I don't think Europe has a Facebook of its own worth talking about, unless I'm very much mistaken.
They don't.
No, they're not very
And I don't think Facebook leaves. They just have to find a new solution here.
Europe's a museum, not an ongoing prospect. Thank you, Lauren. Check futures, please. It's Tuesday morning. I see some green for the Dow, and I see some red for the Nasdaq, down about 33 points. Listen to this. Javier Becerra was the wrong choice for HHS Secretary. That is not me saying that. That's a CNN analyst. Watch this.
Secretary Becerra has absolutely no experience. And it's not just that he's kept a low profile. It's been basically that he's been in the witness protection program.
Yes, he's AWOL. You never see the guy. And Becerra is the man running our country's COVID response. Even CNN wants him out. Ford's all-electric cargo van, the E-Transit, gets on the road today. Can it compete with Rivian's delivery van? I'll ask the president of Ford Americas. He's on the show right after this.
And what was that?
Tom Brady speaks for the first time since announcing his retirement on Let's Go. Hall of Fame sports broadcaster Jim Gray goes one-on-one with the all-time great to discover what led to his decision to call it a career after 22 seasons.
You always liked Michael Jordan. He came back.
I'm just going to take things as they come. You never say never. It's as honest as I can be with you there, Jim.
We'll find out what's next for TB12. It's all on Let's Go with Tom Brady, Larry Fitzgerald, and Jim Gray. Listen right now on the SXM app. Free for most subscribers.
And paid for by Case Legal Media. Attention parents of premature babies. If your child was born premature and was later diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, or NEC, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Several studies have shown a link between cow's milk-based formula and NEC. If your baby was fed a cow's milk-based formula such as Similac, Enfamil, Gerber, or even store-branded cow's milk-based formula and was diagnosed with NEC, don't wait. Call the Victims Justice Group now. Necrotizing enterocolitis is a severe intestinal illness that often requires surgery and can be fatal 50% of the time. NEC can affect any newborn, but babies born prematurely or at low birth weight are more susceptible to NEC. If your child was fed a cow's milk-based formula and was later diagnosed with NEC, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Our attorneys will fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Time is limited to file a claim, so call us at 800-353-4164. That's 800-353-4164. Again, 800-353-4164.
As a business owner,
You know what? I'm going to end this video right here so
focusing on small
it
businesses.
doesn't get too big too long.
Never been more important. A mistake
Looks like
now could cost you big.
price is
Finance
consolidating
Files
until
specializes
market
in
opens.
secure
So
cloud-based accounting,
yeah,
payroll, and
I'm
tax
gonna end
services
this,
for small businesses,
and then
and independent contractors
I'll start another one
nationwide. Finance Pal
at
can
market
handle your
open.
2021 books and are experts in catch-up work, whether your months or even years.